Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking talking shit with Eagle. This is episode 77. I hope you guys had an amazing Monday start to, hopefully a very prosperous week. We have a very special guest with us tonight, Breeder Steve. You guys all have known him, from around the internet and for years and years and years, all the work he's put in. He's here tonight to tell us his story and drop some knowledge on us. Breeder Steve, you want to say hello and tell everybody first and foremost where they can find you outside of the show?
Hello there. Thanks for having me, Eagle. I get on Instagram once in a while. I'm not on there all the time, but just Breeder Steve, and then the website breedersteve.com, which I put up about 2 years ago and haven't done anything to. So I got to start upgrading that. So really, I don't have a lot to show or whatnot as far as that goes. I'm not really selling anything at the moment, like I am, but not directly to people. Long story, anyway. But Eagle wanted me to tell you sort of how I started and what I'm up to now. So I'm making it easy for him and asking myself those questions. So. Unless there's something else you want, that's good. I
Well,
can just
we'll
dive.
we'll, we'll go we'll get into that. Yeah, we kind of like a little bit of the backstory and bio up to what has got you to where you are, and and I'm sure it's an interesting story. I've heard a lot of your interviews, and I know that from what I've heard, it sounded like your history started with cannabis around age 14, but you kind of jumped over everything I've heard. That's as far as you've went. You didn't go into no details. It just this
Yeah,
is when it
I think it
started.
was 14 or 15 was the first time I had a toke, and it was Jamaican oil in a bottle toke, which are so nasty. But that was what was happening. So it was in Carol McCullough's backyard, and she was cooking them on a player's cigarette, and they'd put a drop of Jamaican oil on a cigarette, and then put it in a hole in the bottom of a beer bottle, fill it up with the smoke, and then you'd hit it. They were so raunchy. But bottle tokes or BTs were a thing back in the 80s in Ontario. That was funny. Yeah, that was so that was not all that inspiring, really. But but within a year or two, we started to hit on some, first more import weed. There was always some hash and oil, but then once I had the first indoor weed that was really good. Actually, we even had outdoor, but both Northern Lights. And once you started to see that, it was like, whoa, this is fun. Like I got a lot better buzz than off of that crappy hash and oil we used to get. Sometimes it would be a decent batch, but overall it wasn't anything special. But once you started to have some good bud, it was like zing, we all fall in love with it, and or at least those of us that are watching this show, I'm sure. Some people maybe not, but everybody here would have. But the thing was, I was instantly looking at it, going, "Wow, this is growing in town here. Surely we can do this. It can't be that hard. If somebody else is doing it, we should be doing it." And we wanted to get started right away. But the first time I grew pot that I harvested buds from, I had saved up about 2,000 seeds in a little sucrete tin from Jamaican brickweed I would get in Montreal, and I planted out all 2,000 seeds and selected the first female to go flowering. I didn't do anything with the rest of the plants. I only took the first one to start flowering. I went and planted that, and it turned into my first bush of buds, and I was so stoked. The next year, I got some Northern Lights out there, and it blew my mind. It was so good, late 80s or 1990, even that second year. And to this day, I measure everything against how stony that was, and it was neat. It had properties that probably, I think, one of the secrets to why that batch particularly was so good was I used a lot of chicken compost that was like 100 years plus old from an old chicken barn getting torn down, and it was like sand and it had no smell or anything, but it was like 100 years of chicken manure that hadn't been touched in 20 years or 30 years in this old barn that nobody used. and I took a big bag of that, and I put other things too, guanos and bone meals and compost of various sorts, and had this big beautiful soil mix. But I think that chicken manure pushed it over the top because it was just super stony, and the papers, when you smoked it, went clear. They didn't go like oily yellow clear. They went clear like you dropped them in water. Like it wasn't a really tarry smoke. Even the bud was just perfectly solid. It was so gorgeous. I was hooked. I was like, oh, I've never seen bud that good for sale. Like it was just so good and really, really satisfying. And I thought, you can't, I'm never gonna sell this pot because that wasn't why I grew it either. I grew the 3 plants just to have it, but everybody would be trying to buy it off you. Be like, sorry, I'll share it with you. I'll smoke a joint with you. I'm not giving you any, but I'll smoke a joint with you. But I had actually 4 friends they were roommates, and I had just met them at university, and they were from Sudbury, and Sudbury has really no good dope up there at the time, and they said they were paying $50 a gram for shoe polish and stuff. Like they were just getting screwed. And when I shared some of this pot with them, and they'd never been that high in their lives, even from acid, they said, and they came back a week later and they said, we know you won't sell us any of your flour, but they said, every time you roll a joint, you keep knocking those little leaves off back into the jar, and they're really frosty. They said, we've got $40 each, so it's $160. We want 1/4 ounce of your shake. And I said, for bragging rights, I'll fucking do it, And that was like 1990 or something. Like, it was pretty funny, but I couldn't believe it really, and I thought, man, oh man, it's not that hard to grow exceptional grass, and you can't find this quality. Nobody else is, growing it long enough, or whatever they're doing wrong, not caring for it when they harvest it and dragging it through the bush or whatever. So you just thought, I've got to do it. You want it done right, you do it yourself, So and at the time, you couldn't go buy clones anywhere. You hardly order seeds. They were just, I think, a couple maybe, SSSC, which then became Sensi, and that was about it at the time. And nobody was really ordering from them because it seemed like a heat score. So everybody would just save bag seed from whatever they smoked when they went on holidays to Florida or Hawaii or California or Jamaica or wherever they went. So you'd mix and match it when you got back there. I had a friend go to Holland and bring me a little pack of seeds from a coffee shop called Dr. Indica. And I've never heard of them before. So it was like a black and white sticker on a little baggie. And they were probably Northern Lights or something, very wide leaf, let's say. And but yeah, it was just a find what you could, and you learn to keep it. That because if you didn't keep it, you wouldn't have any. And I didn't have an indoor. I would grow outside in the summer, go away for university, come back and grow in the summer, and you started to, if you found a male that you liked, you would take a little bit of pollen and save in a shoebox with cheesecloth and parchment, and I would tape the male inside the lid of the shoebox so it dropped in there. And you'd lift the cheesecloth out, and the pollen would be on the paper underneath. So I'd take that, maybe roll that pollen into like a square, tape the sides. When I get over to the plant, slice an end of a bottom branch and put that over it, and just pollinate that one branch. And sure enough, you would get, keep the rest of the plant seedless. Can't do it when it's windy either. You got to be careful. But if you're careful about it, you can really get one branch chock full of seed on the plant and the rest of the plant seedless. So that's how we do it. And plus, you could try different males on different branches that way, But I started just totally from a hobby point of view and out of necessity because you didn't know where you were going to get your seed stock next year, So you'd make a point of saving some. And once you start saving some, you end up having way more than you need. And everybody that I wouldn't sell pot to, I would give them a 1-page instruction and say, I'll give you 20 seeds and this 1-page instruction sheet that I printed, and say, here's how you do it. Dig a hole in full sun, it's good drainage and nothing around. and give them just a basic rundown of how to go for it, and stick a few out there because guerrilla gardening was the way to do it back then. And it's always beautiful to go see the plants in the bush, I think. But that's how I got started. And after about 5 years of growing like that in southwestern Ontario, very close to maybe 2 hours from Detroit, which is really the best and only place in Canada really worth growing outside, is down there. It's very good growing around there. And when I moved to
So I can't help
Vancouver,
but wonder. Um, First of all, I bet you were probably one of the most popular guys in the fall at university.
yeah, I think
Everybody
it
was
lasted
probably
like
happy to
January,
see
maybe. It
you.
lasted about January.
And secondly, I'm kind of curious. Do you think that, like some of them earlier days, when I mean, what a gift! I mean, if you're not gonna sell some of that, amazing herb there, what better than a gift than to feed yourself with the 20 seeds? Do you
Yeah,
think
I want to
those
get
were
them all
actually?
started. So some of the people took to it, some of the people sure gave up, but some of them really got into it.
Do you think some of them ever got saved? Do you think, in the back, somewhere, some way, somebody's got that
Oh,
gem
beats me.
going still to this day?
Beats me. I doubt it. But they're probably worked in other things by now. And I know when I came to Vancouver, I had some with me that I called Medway Madness because the creek where I was growing was Medway Creek. So I called it Medway Madness. And when it when I got to Vancouver, Mark Emery, who was also from the same town and used to do some activism in London, Ontario before he moved out there, he got busted selling seeds. He was the only person selling seeds in North America. And I went down a couple of days after he first got busted selling seeds, and I said, I don't know if you want to keep selling seeds or not, but if you do, I'd like to donate a jar. So I gave him a jar, and I remember he opened it up. It was just a little film canister, and he opened it up, and he's like, "They're freaking coconuts." They were really big seeds, and so I saw him maybe 3 or 4 months later, and he's like, "Oh yeah, everybody really liked those seeds." But I thought I had to give them a better name when I gave them to him because I said nobody knows Medway Madness. He knew the name Medway from London, but I said you can't call it Medway Madness; it would mean nothing out here. So I said, but they had a very tanginess to them, and I said, I call them the Jolly Rancher. You know, so they were the first seed I released was Jolly Rancher. So that's funny. But then I crossed it with a clone I'd found I called the Sweet Pink Grapefruit. Clone came to me called the only thing worth growing. It didn't actually have a name other than that when I got it. But the first seed I released of it crossed with Jolly Rancher we called Sweet Pink Grapefruit. And then the next time I'd seeded it was with what I thought at the time was a big skunk because I was given two cuttings, two different trees, but one had like an orange spray paint strip and the other had nothing. And the guy says, "I think that was the big bad, and this was an NL Haze." But he got it because I wrote right away what he thought they were, but he had it backwards. So it ended up being an NL Haze, but he didn't even know it was a male when he gave it to me. They just had sprouted a bunch of seeds and started taking clones, and I assumed they were female clones. And then I realized I got a whole tray of males. I'm like, shit. So I'm like, but I'm gonna keep one. So I let it go, and it was really an impressive plant. So I said, shit, I might as well hit my favorite females with it. It's kind of a unique male, and you know, Karma put it on my lap. So it's like, let's try it. So it was interesting. That made the sweet skunk, or as I'd called it originally, the big fruit. Then there was another one I called Berserker, but on the catalog market changed it to Tight Skunk because he printed the catalog in the Cannabis Canada magazine at the time. This was like 95 or something, 94, 95. And then the next time I hit I just collected all the cuttings I could find in BC, plus any seeds I get my hands on to sprout. So I was really, when I moved to Vancouver, I was just on a mission to try growing out as many different things as I could find and see what I liked. And of course, I found lots I liked, but I found always there would be like 4 or 5 in the top circle. So every year I would take my favorite male of that year probably and start 5 new hybrids, you know? And the grapefruit was still in the lineup from the first round, which was hit by Jolly Rancher, the second hit by NL Haze, and the third year we hit with a blueberry, which was the sweet tooth, and the same father of Shishka Berry, Blue Domino, Plum Bud, and probably something else I'm forgetting. But anyway, it was those ones were the sweet tooth and Shishka Berry were probably the best known ones of those. And I worked those ones out longer than most things. So they became like by the time the Sweet Tooth 3 came out and Sweet Tooth 4, they were quite homozygous, and you could really plant them and see very little variation in them from seed, which is to this day not that common in seed. You know, that you can get a stable 12 seeds that the plants all look the same. You know, it's a good thing.
It is a good thing in my book.
Yeah,
And you
but
don't
I
see
took that
it
from
anymore,
I
really.
took that from Vancouver over to Switzerland in '99, and I stayed in Europe till 2003 working the lines over there, and that was an adventure in itself. And used to have a field and greenhouses and a big warehouse. So I was able to do a lot of breeding there. It was really fun, and you could test them in lots of conditions. Like I could test them all in the field, I could test them indoors, and then I could fill up greenhouses of them to make the seed. So you could really stockpile, 40 kilos of sweet tooth seed and 40 kilos of shishka berry seed, good batches, So that was nice. Once you're hitting those lines that you've made, okay, we're on the third generation. We've made an indoor room of it with a dozen lights or whatever, and the seed was really good. We want to, and we've got the same parents. We're going to make the exact same cross again, but on a scale, and that was great. And for me, one of the nicest things about seed production runs is you keep all the resin you grow. I don't care about selling the dope. I want the seed for the business, but I want the resin for my head. So I would keep every trichome in the greenhouse was for my personal, and I love seed crops for that alone, just because I'm pretty chronic and I can go through it.
So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the quality of that bud. I mean, it's seeded, but it makes
No,
good
but just
hash.
I
That's
wouldn't
for
smoke.
sure.
Yeah, just in the hash. Yeah, I would just screen the hell out of it, and I got I had a lot of time to play with making hash and a lot of material to use. I got pretty good at it. I like making hash. Dry sift is my favorite. And one of the tricks I learned over there, which I hadn't seen before, and I told lots of people, and I think a few more people do it now, but is to vacuum it. Because if you're doing water hash, the water's what pulls it through, right? But if you're doing dry sift, it's just kind of sitting there. But if you take a vacuum with a 25 over it, and you can just pull this stuff right through the screens, and all the fine dust, it's nothing, it's gone. So you can really clean up your hash using a vacuum. And then you can, if you want to go static, you can go static after that too. But the vacuum does a great job. An Italian guy turned
I'm
me on to
curious.
that. Yeah.
Is there a certain size vacuum? I mean, can you go
It's a,
overboard
you're,
with the vacuum?
no, I don't
Small
think so.
guy.
You can't go overboard on the vacuum because you've got the screen to, like, nothing smaller than 25 will be left on top. Only thing you're losing is smaller than 25 if you use a 25 screen for your vacuum. I've even vacuumed with 45 if I knew that there was just shit coming out on the 25 I didn't want, which is usually the case. So I end up switching to a 45. But the first guy I ever saw doing this was an Italian guy, and he made a box out of 25 micron, like with a frame, and it is like just a cube of 25 micron. He had opened it up, put all his dry sift in there. It had already been screened out a few times at the different levels, but he put in there, and then just turn the stuff over, to a clean part of the screen and vacuum it. And he would just pull out tons of shit. And I was like, damn, that's quick and easy. But I never made the little box like he had. I just put the vacuum, either put a piece of pressing screen right over the vacuum, but that clogs up fast. You got to keep cleaning that up. I don't even, I take my chances and don't even tape it, but I'll just hold it.
I'm sure with the amount of resin you got laying around, you're not too worried about with some little bits you're losing here and there.
Yeah, there was, whatever lands on top of that 25, unless it's a narrow leaf plant, those often have smaller glands. So the only time I see good 25 really is off real equatorial. And that's growing up here, not in the equator. They're bigger down there. But indoor sativas, let's say, if we can still say that, the 25 can have some interesting hash sometimes, but usually 25 is just shit. So I'm happy to lose anything under the 45, really, There's usually some merit to keeping the 45 for something, And sometimes the 45 is dynamite, right?
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I mean, I make a lot of bubble hash, and I quit with the 25 long ago.
Yeah,
I figured it was just a bunch
it's
of
only if
broken
you have
up
specific
bullshit.
strain. If you have a specific strain with really tiny head, that's it. But like Shushkaberry is the opposite. It has humongous heads, and even I was always astounded with Shushkaberry because it would yield 4 times the hash of Sweet Tooth, and Sweet Tooth was a pretty standard yielder, But the Shushkaberry glands were huge, so even your 190 would be full melt. Every screen was full melt. It was stupid. It was stupid. The glands were humongous. So the ripest one, plus they would be on seed crops. So when I made most of the hash from them, they're from seed crops. So they've hung maybe 2 or 3 weeks longer than most people would grow, right? So the resin expanding, it seems, because the later they hang, often bigger glands.
That sounds like a strain I wish I had in my garden, because I absolutely love me some bubble. The patients utilize the flower, but man, as a grower, you've got to utilize the terpenes, the resin heads. That's kind of where it's at for the grower. I think that's the caviar for the grower is the hash.
Yeah, that's it. To me, that's still the gold standard. Is your best full melt dry sift. It's great to press it. I love rosin too. I go through tons of rosin, but you got to be able to make the good hash anyway. I actually find I get sloppy now because I know I'll press it for rosin a bunch of stuff, so I won't go to the effort to clean the glands quite as much because I'm like, I'm squishing it anyway. It's already khaki colored. It's not going to be green out there.
I guess that's a good question while we're here. Is have you noticed a different quality difference in, say, like a bubble hash rosin versus a dry sift rosin? Do you prefer one or the other? Is there a terpene difference in a huge way?
I haven't done a real side by side, but overall, I find I prefer dry sift better, and it's mainly because it's when you're making it, you don't have to wait to dry it out. You just as soon as it's screened, it's ready. I do like that, and you're not washing out any water soluble terpenes, right? Because there's water soluble ones, and you can still do a quick rinse and make some spectacular ice wax. I know I've definitely played with water hash, and I know there's lots of great water hash. I love water hash. It's not that I don't like it, but if I'm just too dry because it's ready right away. You don't wash anything out of it, and I dig it. That's easy. I'm just a dry guy. But it helps if you're not using the vacuum. You're not getting the same pull through that you do with the water. If you just dry sift it on your table and leave it there and pick up the dust off your table, then you've got all the fine shit in it and everything still. So as long as it's really, the dry stuff can be cleaned just as clean as the best water hash. They can both be really, really clean, right? So as long as you're knocking your heads as clean as you're happy with them, all the power to you. I don't care how you do it. I like dry stuff. That's fine. I'm not saying I won't smoke your water hash, but if I'm making it, I'll probably do it dry.
I do it actually a little bit of both sometimes. I prefer to like a fresh frozen bubble hash, but occasionally I have some dry material laying around. And if I have some dry material laying around, I'm very guilty of before I washing it, giving it a light uh, toss on the dry screens before it hits the machine, so I can have some of that good dry
Some
stuff for
cream.
myself. And like you said, yeah, not have to work so hard for it. And
You
I'm
don't
a
have to
fan. It
wait for
tastes
it to dry out, and you no risk of spoilage and that. It's just quick and easy. It's full flavor.
yeah, yeah, for sure. I got the Major General 420 Army, which is a Canadian grower up there. Wanted me to ask you to talk a little bit about your Blockhead strain.
Okay. Yeah, so that was uncertain parentage of the P19 that went into it. That was from a grower, I believe, from Oregon named Seuss. And it was really racy pot, and it was quite different than anything around at the time. He had two lines going on. He had his BKS, so the Big Korean Skunk, Product 19. I was never clear if it was Product 19 or Project 19. I'm still not sure. We call it P19. It was like Product 19 or Project 19, but I can't remember. But somebody else will know, I'm sure. But that was an unusual pot, and it had a gassy, oily, really oily texture. And I hit it with the same father that I used to make Sweet Tooth 3 and Sweet Tooth 4. And that father was BX2P1. And it was a very, very sturdy plant, one of the hardiest plants I ever saw. And it had a matching sister, BX2M1. And she wasn't exactly grapefruit like, but she was, her and her brother, BX2P1, they had the thickest green leaves, like cardboard. And they were really impervious to mildew. They still had a nice sweetness, um, but just a sturdy, sturdy plant. And I had used that one on a sweet tooth a couple times. I knew it was a winter stud male. I used that male for a couple years on things. And I was like, I have to hit this P19 with it because it was super strong. The P19 was super strong, but sweet tooth wasn't super strong, but it was really sweet. But it's like this will be really punchy to put that together with the Blockhead. Whereas the P19, in the P19, it made a fairly like a tall boy, like a can-sized bud, fairly flat already. And I was like, that's a neat look to the bud. Like it was a different shape of bud than anything else I was growing. And when I grew out the first cross that I tested of it with the sweet tooth, I was like, whoa, it was just big fat because sweet tooth's pretty fat and it was big flat top on it. And I looked at it and I was like, I'm calling this fucker Blockhead because it was just like the square dome, it was beautiful. And it had this really unusual, distinct flavor and aroma and very heart racing buzz. But I do remember the bubble of that because back then I was making water most of the time. And the bubble from that was always so greasy. It would always run through whatever screen you dry it on 15 micron screens and it would still run through the bloody things. Like it just turned to oil. It was so bizarre. And you couldn't, even you'd like freeze it and say, I'll freeze it and then try and break up a little piece. And it would just smear on your fingers as soon as you touched it, even frozen. It was a greasy ass. It was hard to handle. Like it was really none of the other bubbles were like that. A really neat bubble I remember at the time too was that blue satellite one from the Blueberry Sativa line. and that had a bubble that looked like tiger's eye. It would, whereas the blockhead would dry to this sandy color, it would be, the other one would be a little more amber, but you, when it dried, even in a chunk, you could see into it like rays of light and gold, and even the odd little bubble trapped in there, little air bubble trapped in there. It was really one of the most visually stunning hashes I've ever saw, was that we made from blueberry sativa plant. That was really nice, the mother of the blue satellite. But yeah, I was really into making it with water back then. But those were some unusual hashes. I like the blockhead though. It's I haven't grown it in a long time myself, and I just came across my last 1,000 seeds of it or so from the F1. So I am looking forward to getting those going again soon, because they're pretty old.
I like the way, first of all, you referenced it, just like down in my last 1,000. You know, most of us keep one or two back. Yeah, just that last 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, well, at
But
this point, they haven't been well stored either. I'll be lucky to get 20 up from them.
so is Blockhead the strain, the Cape strain that I've heard about? Is Blockhead the one that you stashed it in the cave there, and a bunch of it
The
got
cave.
mildewed?
The father was well. The plant would have been there. The mother would have been there too, probably, but maybe not. That might have been before I planted those seeds out of the mother. But the father was definitely there, because the father, the BX2P1 and the BX2M1, were the only plants that had no mildew on them, because we'd had a breakdown in the earlier partnership because our partners in Zurich hadn't paid for the rent and the hydro and all this stuff. So I said, we got to work something out here that I will, take over your debt, but you guys are out. That's it. I'll just pay off your debt, but then this is just mine, and I do it what I want to do, because they wanted a clone factory there originally, and we made a clone factory for them, but they couldn't sell the clones, and I was like, shit, this is stupid. I came here to breed. So anyway, that was a transition time, and so there was like a week where the power was cut off, and we went with a generator and 1,000 and put it in a cave and took all the genetics up there while I worked out a deal to get the money to pay off the rent and the power to get it all going again. So it was a hectic time. I remember, yeah, that was wild. But those plants were in that this cave was full of mildew, and everything there had mildew. I didn't lose any plants. But I had to clean up a bunch when I got back. But those two plants had none. They just looked like they were having a day at the beach. So, and I've seen it even with the vine breeders in that. They might start 100,000 seeds of a vine hybrid in a greenhouse, and they'll fog the greenhouse with mildew and try and find a few that it didn't affect. And that's one of the ways to do selective breeding against mildew, is infect a whole lot of seedlings, see who it doesn't mind. But I saw it myself. It was very dramatic.
It had to be just horrendous to come into that cave and see all your hard work. Just, I mean, like you said, you'd saved it, but man, you'd stashed it for a reason. And
oh man, it was really something. It was a crazy time.
So, what have you've touched or seen probably more at this point, more plants than any of us will probably ever see in our lifetimes, and I'm sure you're probably not even halfway through your career. So, what's up to this point? What's been like your crown jewel of your growth so far? I mean, I know they go up and down. I've heard you talk about setting up and tearing down, but
well, right now I have
that's
more things on the cooker than ever, and I can't really say that there's one crown jewel, but I'm trying on a bunch of different routes. There's different outcomes we're looking for different, usually I just think about breeding for the head. It's got to be tasty, you know, taste and smell is what we really love the most probably. And getting a buzz is nice too, but we really like the flavors. And some of us want them piney or lemony or fruity. There's all different, and some of us like to have a selection. Some lemony, piney, or fruity, or clean, or whatever the strengths are in them. But nowadays, for what I'm doing, I need to find stuff that's high in different cannabinoids and then breed up any of those. So if I want a high CBDV, I gotta breed that up. If I want a high THCV, I gotta breed that up. So that's breeding by numbers more than by taste. But I still can't overlook the aromas and flavors while I'm doing that. I'm still conscious of that because that's my first love of it. But still, I know when you're breeding the CBD, CBG varieties, a lot of the ones that have the best CBD have the smell I don't like the mulching oak leaves and the sous bois. They have like a forest floor kind of composty smell. Hey, not every one, but a lot of the times I find that's an aroma I don't really like. And honestly, I don't like it in grass. But when you like, a lot of Afghans have that smell. And I love the hash they make. And they don't have that smell in the hash because it converts when it oxidizes in that. As soon as you rupture the glands and that smell starts to change. So I hate that smell in the flower, but I know it can become nice in the hash as it develops its bouquet, let's say. But overall, breeding for cannabinoids is really just breeding by numbers rather than aesthetics. But I'm always looking for erect plants because I farm in a field and I can't have floppy plants. I can't tie them all up. I've got hundreds of thousands of plants. They got to stand up by themselves, right? So that's a key thing I look for. I look for resistance to mold. Where I am, it's too hot for mildew, so I never get mildew there. But some strains will get botrytis in the rainy season. But surprisingly, about 80% of the varieties I've tried in the rainy season are finished. In the dry season, I can finish anything. It's just perfect for any type of pot will finish there in the dry season. But like Sweet Tooth won't finish in the rainy season. It will rot because it's a big fat spongy bud. Whereas I've got other selections that are tighter buds that are like a golf ball and the water just runs off them like on a duck's back. So those are tight enough to repel the water basically. And then you have your more equatorial taxonomy with the long, skinny buds, thin leaves, plants that dry out in a breeze in 5 minutes, even if they're thoroughly wet. So that's really a big part of acclimatization that I have to deal with is for the non-psychoactive stuff because those don't come from the equator. The equator has THC varieties all the way around. So when they say you've got to grow stuff that's 0.2% THC and high CBD, it's like, what are you going to grow? You take these northern varieties down there, they'll flower up the size of a pogo stick, They're done. The kind you eat, not the kind you jump on, really small. So you've got to stretch them out by hybridizing with equatorials, and then you've still got to make sure you're selecting for low THC to keep those CBD plants within the law for growing without a quota and without security. Because where I grow the THC, we've got to have major security. So I've got 60 acres fenced with 2 different gates with armed men at them both and dogs and serious fencing and electronic spy stuff. It's very, very secure. But we were the first company with the registered varieties, which you need to do to get the oil quotas for the psychoactive plant. So once you have to have a verifiable sale to a licensed producer somewhere for the oil, because we're not allowed to sell flowers. And then they say, okay, it takes you get a 10% yield on your oil. You need 5 kilos oil, so you need 50 kilos of flour, and you get, 100 grams of plants, so you need 500 plants, and that's your quota. So they work it out like that. And for R&D, you can get quotas for R&D for planting seeds too, but they really want you to just apply in January. So if I want to get 3 generations done in a year, I've got to apply. I want to plant these seeds of these seeds of these seeds and try and get the quota in, but it's really a pain in the ass. And half the time, I'll give them, here's what I need to plant. And they'll say, oh, that's nice. You can plant a quarter of that. What? I've got the fences. It's all secured, but they count every seed you plant. So it really does suck the life out of it. And it's very inefficient because it takes me 3 times longer to do every generation than it should. It's stupid. But
sounds like you should aim high. They're going to shoot you down, 2/3.
That's
I'd
right.
be
I
asking
just start shooting 10
3 times more.
I made the mistake of telling them what I really needed. Yeah, that was it. But it's just so weird. I liked Switzerland the best of all the places I've grown because at the time it was legal, not licensed. It was just legal. So there was no overbearing regs to comply with and all this and that. It was just like you were growing tomatoes. It was boring. It was so nice. And now they make it so complicated. Like whether you're in Canada or California or Colombia, you are doing paper. You're going to have to hire a team of lawyers. And, to get it, it's too much, I think. Really, they overshot.
So, just out of curiosity, I know at one point you dipped your feet into the winemaking industry there, or
15
maybe
years,
be
yeah.
personal. Or so, was there anything you were able to take from that industry and apply to the cannabis making industry?
Absolutely. It's a parallel universe, and that's one of the things that attracted me to the wine industry. Was you're cultivating flavorful intoxicants. There's the growing end of it, and then there's the processing end of it. So
yeah.
Of course it takes longer than growing herb and making hash, that's for sure. So you're looking at years before you get a crop off you. So it's something else. It's a very different pursuit in some ways, but in a lot of ways it's an absolute parallel universe. People are all about the smells and the flavors, and they like the little buzz. And it's many of the same people, obviously, but I also have some friends that are pure cork dorks and some that are pure ganja geeks. But I have plenty that are both, they're total, masters of wine or sommeliers that are totally happy to have a dab and get stoned before we do a tasting, and we'll sit down and taste through 16 different Pinot Noirs blind in a night or something. So we have fun with both. I definitely enjoyed my time in wine, and I was ready. I hadn't been doing as much. I was doing it all myself for a long time, and then the last few years, I really wasn't doing that much hands-on anymore because the business had grown up a bit more, and I've trained some people to be a vineyard manager, look after wine, look after the wine shop. And I was in Colombia 4 months a year, and it was like, and they're starting new projects that'll have me traveling to other places all the time, so that I just don't need anywhere. I don't have the time to. The best thing about having the winery is making the wine to me. If you're not doing that anymore, why would you want it? To me, that was sort of, I'm still there for harvest. I'd still be there for bottling, but day to day, I wasn't doing it. So then it was just time. And it was good timing. And the nice family from Hong Kong wanted to get away. And now they're no longer in Hong Kong and they're over here. And they're quite happy about that. Because it's going to shit there too.
So can you did you directly see the direct correlation with wine? Obviously, you kind of touched on that, but is there anything that you picked up?
I'll tell you the one thing. One thing that really grabbed me is in Chardonnay, in certain ferments. In the wine the terpenes in that you're getting, they're changing drastically through ferments, and the temperature is everything, and the type of yeast you use, but also the grapes you grew and how ripe they were and everything. So there's a lot of variables to making the flavor, but I found the only grape I found it in that repeatedly, I found exactly the smell of sweet skunk or haze, even, just a pure hazy smell in some Chardonnay ferments. And you could never keep it to the very end, but there would be a week maybe where that tank would just walk in and be like, oh my God, this tank smells like perfect haze. I love it. So it was really that was always a fun treat. And me and a few friends that were, working with me for years, they were both pot lovers and wine lovers, and we would all just marvel when one of the tanks started to get that haze smell. You'd be like, oh, it's so gorgeous. The whole cellar would smell like it. It'd be great.
So, were you organics? Your whole grow style has it always been organics?
Yeah, that's right. Even the winery was certified organic. But I honestly don't give a shit about being certified. It's just once you've done it, you're loath to give it up because it took so long to get and it's a pain in the ass. But with the herb, it's like I don't want to even go down that route because you've got to spend all the time. Even when I did with the wine, there was nobody else doing it before me there. So you got to educate the inspector on how the process goes of making wine and everything. So it was like, oh, I don't want to start over and have to teach them about weed. I was just like, damn, anybody knows me knows I'm doing it bio, and anybody's welcome to come and walk around and look under every nook and cranny in that farm, and you'll find nothing but compost and guano, nothing nasty hidden in any shelves somewhere. It's my religion to do it clean and bio. So anybody that comes to that farm leaves with no illusions that we are keeping it very, very organic. And even the
Yeah.
water's all coming from the pond. And I've grown crops there in the dry season when the ponds are lower. They get so thick and green, they're like shamrock shakes. It looks like that really thick, pale green soup. And I grew entire crops using nothing but that green water. Nothing but it, just right in the dirt. And just seeing how lush and green they were, it's just so satisfying always when you think everybody's buying all these silly chemicals and nutrients. And really, all you need is one stagnant pond. And that'll do it. Any pond water is good. In the rainy season, those ponds are overflowing and clear, so that you don't get nearly the nutrient value out of the pond water in the rainy season. But in the dry season, when it's shrinking and it starts turning real green and soupy, that's all you need. That's all you need. Nice.
One quick question before, because I do have a question right here about the bioponics.
Yeah.
But I got a question. One more. It kind of relates back to the wine. And at one point, I heard you talk about. It sounded like something you may have kind of honed in yourself was the cold pressure process. It sounded like it may have came from the wine industry. Do you think that is something that could be directly? I mean, it sounded like similar to a bubble hash method. Is that something
Well,
that could be
are you thinking about
utilized
ice
in
wine?
a? Yeah. Is that
Ice wine?
something that could be applied to like a hash? I mean, from what it sounded like, it was like a cold water, but you were adjusting it to pressure. Could you lay out, some cannabinoids and maybe just slightly blast them with some cold pressure? Little puffs, or maybe even a
Worth
nitrogen
a try.
gas to blast off trichomes like that. I mean, is that something that
You
could
know what?
be?
There's a company in BC that developed a technology for blasting with water at pressure. A different, so they use it for extracting tea leaves for iced tea, like for iced tea crystals, and all kinds of stuff. It's called Mazza Technologies, Mazza, Mazza Technologies, and I think the company got sold. I think from the original. I don't know for sure. That's not my department, but the but it's strictly water extraction, and it's just water and pressure. But I think when you were talking about the freezing grapes and that's the ice wine. And we press the frozen grapes, and the water's trapped as ice crystals inside the grapes with the frozen grape, right? So when you press it really hard, it's just like honey coming out. It's just the essences with the sugars, the acids, and the flavors, And that's very much a delicate treat, I think I've got a bottle close by here. Let me grab some. I was actually just rearranging the cellar. I've got about half of, oh, that's all ice wine there, and that's part of my table wine. Maybe a quarter of
Nice.
it. Yeah, just doing some rearranging. Find some.
Nice.
Oh, this.
And
So this
again,
is
I
one
can't help
here,
but
right?
wonder.
That's a little Pinot Blanc. See, it's certified organic. Get the little check mark there. But that was 2012 Pinot Blanc ice wine. And that is some really delicious stuff for sure. Actually, I remember sharing some of my '04, which was my first vintage. My '04 Pinot Blanc was my first time ever making wine, and it got #1 wine in BC that year. And I remember sharing a bottle with DJ Short, and he said, he's not a big drinker, but he said, that's the most delicious thing I've ever put in my mouth.
What an honor for the first time out to, grab an award like that.
That's
That's
a
pretty awesome.
classic case of beginner's luck, right?
That's pretty awesome. Again, I can't help but wonder if like that same tech can't be applied to like rosin. You know what I mean? If you didn't freeze them
Well,
butts
yeah, it's like
before you bust
pressing
them real quick.
rosin, but pressing frozen flowers instead of hot ones. So you think you'd have to press them really hard to make it run. I don't know. Frozen's great for dry sift, that's for sure.
So you want to tell me a little bit about the bioponics, the guppyponics a little bit there? I've heard you reference that a little bit too.
Yeah, that was the first time I set that up was in '94 when I first moved to Vancouver. That was the first indoor garden I set up in my apartment when I got there. Been wanting to set up for a while, and I was really keen. But it was so fun. I read it super basic, and put Rubbermaids with holes cut in the tops, and just use like regular. I did one with 4-inch pots, one with 6-inch pots, but they weren't even mesh pots, and they were still just like regular little green garden pots. But I put a wicking nylon rope in each of them, the kind that get wet, not the floaters, right? That's the ones that'll get wet. So you put 4 tails coming out of each pot into the inside of the Rubbermaid. And then inside the Rubbermaid, I put a little sprinkler head in both of them, and then had them both draining down a Mickey Mouse bath curtain from the table they were on down into the Rubbermaid that was the reservoir, and had the fish in there, and that pump on a sporadic timer, and it would just splash inside. But I was just using like organic soil mix in the pot, so I'd have like root the little plant, put it in the 4-inch pot with the little ropes, and then drop them down. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, the plants would be growing in the soil at the top, but as soon as the roots got to those wet ropes at the bottom, they went down it like carrots. There would be like big, thick white roots just racing down these ropes deep into these containers. And I used black and white plastic over the top of them too to keep them dark, cut a little X where the plants drop through. At first, you could lift the plants up and see the roots starting to go down, but pretty soon you couldn't lift them out because the roots just got so fat underneath. So it was like under every bud, it was like having 5 gallons of roots. under every bud. It was ridiculous how full those boxes got of roots. I couldn't believe it, and the plants would be so dense. But when you would smoke them, the flavor you'd start out with the joint was the flavor you'd finish the joint with. It wouldn't get all tarry and harsh halfway through. It would burn like to a whitest white ash and very smooth texture of smoke, very light. It was really, really nice. And I was told, I said, anytime I'm growing in a horticultural paradigm, I totally want to do it in recirculating aquaponics. But now that I'm just growing in fields mainly, I still just want to feed them from a living pond water because I see how easy it is for them to get so much nutrition from that. And it's so affordable. It's so easy. If you set it up right, it's not tricky. After that first system I made, based on the success of this first hokey little thing that I made, I actually made a little company for manufacturing systems for people. And I had the mother marshes, which were full of rocks, and they were kind of where the water collected after it went through the aeroponic flowering tables, drain out to mother marshes called them, and that's had all the rock and surface area. And there would be they would be raised up maybe inches off the floor, and then I would have a mother marshes and the fifth pot on ground beside it, and that would be the return pump. So for redundancy, I put two pumps in there, with one of them had which set higher than the other. So the first pump would go on for a year or so, and then eventually the first pump dies, the second pump would come on. I never even got to that. The first pump was still running, but I put in two pumps for redundancy. When the return pump ran, I also had it go back to the top of the aeroponic tables with spaghetti line, and it did a top watering of the pots on top, and then the water drains through the tables, drains through the mothers, goes back to that return. But most of the return water went to the back to the aquarium, and I put PVC pipe around the top of the aquarium, so you had like a big rectangle of the pipe with holes drilled in it all the way around. So when that sump pump came on, it was like harder than rain. It was just pissing into it from 100 little holes. So it totally aerated the water 1,000 times more than a little bubbler stone would, like those little oxygen stones with an air pump. I didn't even need one because my return would just churn the water. So it stayed very well aerated. And I had a float valve set a quarter of the way down the aquarium, because every 20 minutes or so, when the aquarium pump came on that fed the misters in the aquaponic table, which was an aeroponic table at the same time, when the misters came on in there, it drained a quarter of the aquarium. So if the level was getting low in the system, the float valve would open. It's just like for a horse trough, and it would just keep a constant level there. So that thing ran, I think, 3 years, that garden, without ever changing the reservoir or doing anything, right? So like it just topped itself up. So there was no watering those plants. You never had to. I've got a bad back, and I hate lugging pots around and cans, watering cans. I want to set it up so it's the better mousetrap, and it just goes, just a perma garden. And you don't want to even clean up the rocks in between those crops, because you have all the good bacteria growing on them already, and it takes you 2 weeks to establish them again, at least, right? So you'd have it set up after a while that I had them all in rocks. So I could literally pull the things out, shake off the rocks. Usually I have to cut some roots off. If I could salvage the pots, I would, but sometimes you really couldn't. But I did some where it was just open troughs without the pots. And then you just pull the plant out of the rock, shake them off, take it away, hang it up, And then when you'd come and just plant them in the rocks. So there wasn't any, medium to move every time. The medium just stayed in the same place. The water came on through tubes and timers, and it was very lightweight. I like to make it easy, But putting those wicks on the pots they're the ultimate protection there, because you always set the drain up a little bit. So in the bottom of that root chamber, there's always a puddle there that those ropes will reach. So even if both the pumps quit that fed those plants, they won't dry out because they still have those wicks. So they're getting three different ways they're getting water: wicks, top drip, and the misters. So those were crazy, man. I would put, I won't even want to talk about yields because people think you're just full of shit. But if you have a 4x4 area and you've got 6-inch pots, 6 this way, 6 this way, you got 36 of them in a 4x4 with 1,000 over it. Now you've got 2 to 3 feet of roots under each bud. Just single colas like baseball bats, right? Just beautiful.
Yeah.
But if you start talking numbers, people are like, that's impossible. So I just don't even want to go there. I just try and picture this. You can, that's the spacing. But instead of the roots being on a table this deep, there, the table started 2 feet deep at one end and was 3 feet deep at the other end. So you picture the roots run to the bottom under single colas. They're fucking monsters,
Oh, I'm a believer. It sounds like a system that would kill it to me.
Oh, dude, it was so
easy. It only makes
and
perfect sense.
It was easy and it was fun, because you spend more time looking at the reservoir and throwing, feeding guppies to the Oscars and just watching all the life in the aquarium was fun. And you'd sit there getting stoned and playing with the aquarium, and you could forget the garden. It would do it as long as the aquarium's happy, the garden was fine, and it was beautiful. It was really fun. I really had a lot of fun with those systems. And now I don't have an aquarium. I swear you can bloody water ski on my reservoir now. It's like I can see these little caimans. They're like 3-4 feet long. These little caimans swimming around in there. I'm like, I never would have dreamed I would have had crocodiles in the reservoir. But that's wicked, It just makes my day. For sure. I have fun with that.
Yeah, the aquaponics system is something there. I mean, I wish I
highly recommend everybody check it out and try it out. It's fun. And even if you're just growing in soil, just go ahead and use an aquarium for your reservoir and just water from the aquarium. Because even if you've got an aquarium, you've got to drain a quarter of that water every week anyway. So if you put the drains in the bottom glass of the aquarium and you have a screen over it, usually they'll have like a support that's like a plastic grid or something with screen over it, like a screen door screen, so that all the fine stuff that settles out, all the fish shit settles out, you open the bottom valve and pump from there. You're sucking the water from the bottom of the aquarium, so you're cleaning the aquarium, but you're watering the plants at the same time. And you can have a float valve set in there hooked up to a garden hose. So whenever it goes down a bit, the water just comes in and keeps it full, right? You don't want to drain this bloody thing and have your fish flopping around, right? But it's so easy. Once you set up the constant level switch, you got to make sure you're not having leaks. Like, you don't want to set up a constant level system if you're going to flood out the store below you or something like that. You're fucked, right? And I had in my warehouse in Switzerland, below me was these tool and die people that had all millions and millions of dollars worth of equipment for making drill bits and all this stuff. So I literally sealed every crack and crevice in this warehouse because I had the upstairs and they had the downstairs. And then I still sealed it again in pond liner, like 8 inches up the side, all the way around the warehouse, because I was like, I cannot have a leak, So you've got to be super safe if you're going to set up a hose that's on when you're not there, because you're not there. And it would be a disaster, right?
There's another couple of parts that I've heard it during these types of stories that you've told. One was you talked about what you'd feed them. Well, both of them related to what you fed, and one of them you were talking about it was right next to an animal store, animal supply store there. and you just go over and smoke a fatty with the guys in the morning, and they just kind of hook you up with, you know, your feed for the day. And then the other story I heard that I liked was, and I thought at this point, you know, and it probably doesn't, you know, you may not have been going there with this example. It might have been just a different, but I kind of thought, how gangster is that when you're talking about throwing the cheeseburger in the tank? I mean, I like,
I can't
that's
talk about
pretty.
aquaponics without that coming up, of course. It was just a funny. I did it a few times, but the one time I think it was either Red Eye magazine or High Times. There was a writer there from one of the magazines. I can't remember off the top of my head who it was. I think it was Annie. I'm not sure, but anyways, it was. I thought about it ahead of time. I thought, oh, this will fuck them up, you know. So get them all really stoned and show them the system. And we're getting, you know, they've been there for an hour or two and gone through the garden, looking at the tank. And I had this prototype dab rig back then we called the Mare, and we'd slap oil onto this red hot spoon and make big hits through a water bong full of ice. And it was I would get the people really stoned and say, okay, well, it's feeding time. And so I'd either throw in a bucket of 100 guppies or something, and it was like, holy shit, because it was just carnage. But with the aquarium, the cheeseburger, I remember the author writer was there, and I said, oh, do you like cheeseburgers? You hungry? And they're like, yeah. I said, oh, there's a Dairy Queen across the street. I can run over there and grab some cheeseburgers if you're hungry. So it was around lunchtime or something. So I ran over, got a bag of cheeseburgers, came back, and they're sitting there staring at the fish, and they're saying, and she's getting out the paper to take the notes. And she's like, so I wanted to ask you, so what do you feed these fish? And I was like, and she's there with like a cheeseburger in one hand and a pen in one hand and going, what do you feed the fish? And I unwrap the cheeseburger. I said, oh, just whatever we're having. Just threw a cheeseburger, just threw the cheeseburger in the aquarium. And just like, they're just speechless. Couldn't say anything. Just like, because they're watching these fish eat this fucking cheeseburger in the middle of the aquarium. And they were super stoned. It was just great. I love doing silly shit like that sometimes. And, oh my God,
Them kind of moments are priceless, right there. That's what
I
you
can't
put in
believe
your.
you just threw a cheeseburger in a reservoir. Never in my wildest dreams have I ever imagined a grower throwing a cheeseburger in their aeroponics reservoir. Like that's not very normal, right? So your aeroponics weren't even very normal then, you know. So it was pretty
Mention that
funny.
you kind of mentioned doing some, you know, bong rips, and so I can kind of see that playful side of you that probably a lot of people don't get to see. You know, getting smoke. Sure that on top of that, you be
You're freezing out there. I don't know if it's you or me.
dang internet, but so is you're in a place where you're able to try new things, you know. So is there a certain molecule? I mean, I'm sure you've been able to play with, you know, THCA and you know, whatnot. Is there a favorite molecule that you've been able to try that you know? I've heard some pretty fun things about the THCA smoked in like diamond forms that it could be pretty hallucinogenic and a fun
I do
ride.
like
And
THCA. I've got a fair bit of it from my personal stash. It definitely, you know, my favorite part of cannabis is THCA. You know, with THC in general, I prefer Delta 9 over Delta 8, but but THCA's just straight up beautiful. You know, the diamonds and sauce, best in the sauce, of course, because you just hit the straight diamonds. It's not the same as without the terpenes. And I'm very fortunate right now to have a pretty good stash of my sweet skunk in the diamonds and sauce form, and it is quite gorgeous. If you want to wait a sec, I'll grab a jar and try and hold it up to the camera here.
oh, sure, sure,
Let's see.
sure.
little snap top there to keep the. I don't know if you can see it. Let's see. Can you see it okay? Hard to get the focus on it. Are you still there?
There
Okay.
he is.
Yes, it may be hard to focus on that, but you get an idea. But I just wish there was smell-o-vision because it is so nice. This is really one of my favorite aromas of anything in the world. Never gets old to me. And this is from a 25-year-old cutting, you know, and it's still super popular, this cutting. I think it's more popular now than ever. Crazy.
Holy cow. So how long, what is your oldest stash of hash, if you don't mind me asking?
I think the oldest hash I have in the house is probably about 13 years now, or maybe 15 years. No, yeah, 15 is 95. It was a 95 batch. Sorry, 2005.
In your opinion, does it age like a fine wine? I've heard a lot of people
Ah, nah.
reference,
So
you know,
it's
hash
different.
aging like
You know
wine.
what's it is the slow way to make a little CBN in it. So like if you have a bag of the dry sift that old, the outside of it, you know, if there's not, it wasn't sealed up because it was a forgotten one that hash. So it wasn't sealed up and frozen or anything. It was buried in the garage. So when I found that it was about 11 years old, I think 4 years ago. And the outside, it was clumped together, but there was like a crust of red. And then when you break it open, it was still tan inside. But when you pressed it all for rosin, there would be red streaks in it, like clear rosin, but then some bright red streaks. It was really weird. But I found a quicker way to make CBN than leaving your hash out for 20 years. But I think the CBN is going to be really popular because everybody, you know, the people that don't know a lot about cannabis but they're interested for one reason or another, and it's more often than not, what should I take to help me sleep? And they all think, oh, and some people say, oh, CBDs are great. It saved my life, helping me sleep. And I'm like, really? But great, whatever works for you. But some people say, oh, I tried CBD. It doesn't help me sleep. I'm like, yeah, I don't know that it would, but CBN, man, that'll help you sleep. That really is good for a good sleep. And it's the perfect nighttime buzz, you know? If you have a dab of THCA at bedtime, your heart's racing, you know? But the CBN, you just mellow out right away. It just feels like a massage from the inside out. I just love it. So I think I've got a really quick conversion I've made up for. I can take distillate and turn it into CBN in about an hour or two, you know? So that's a nice clean conversion. But and it's bright red, cherry red. It goes from, you know, clear gold to clear cherry red. It is beautiful. I think we're going to see a lot more CBN in the next while because I think people are going to be wanting to relax. And even when they talk about using cannabis to help, you know, substitution for the opiate users, CBN is what they want. That's the mellow, you know? They want the mellow, chill, takes away the aches and pains a little. It's not as strong. It's not as strong as opium. I love opium too, but not necessarily all the pharmaceutical analogs of opioids. You know, opium is, you know, as pure as hash as far as I'm concerned. I love it, and they're both sacred. But the chemical version that's like saying spice K2 is hash, and it's not. It's totally different. So you've got to keep them in mind the distinction. But for all the people that are having problems with opioids, once they've got access to strong CBN and can have a dab of that, they're gonna chill the fuck out. It's gonna really help them ease off the opioids, I think, you know. But I think it's a sleeping giant, the CBN. Unfortunately, it's still classified like THC in most places. Unlike CBD or CBG, CBN is usually still classified as psychoactive, which, well, whatever. I find that it's not so psychoactive. I find it very physical and very narcotic. Like it makes you sleepy. That's what a narcotic is, right? It makes you sleepy and you'll have a good long sleep. I think CBN is going to be really, really popular.
I had never heard of it up until like it. Well, obviously, I should say I had never really heard of it being utilized up until like a year ago. I was in one of the dispensaries, and a patient had come up to me and was making conversation, and he was looking over the flower and whatnot, and we got talking, and he says, I'm allergic to THC. And I'm thinking, well, you're in the wrong place for that. And then we've got talking that he had a brain tumor, and he was telling me he reacted badly from the THC, but he was utilizing the CBD end. And he said, I thought it was like CBD at first. So he first time he got it, he said he did like a gram and a half, I think he said, dab of it. He said, I woke up 2 days later. He said, I had no idea that it was going to hit me like that.
Yeah,
But
it's different.
Yeah, it's, very good for pain and sleep. He says, I can't
Sure,
do
that's
without
why
it these days.
you think
But
of the red Lebanese. That's what the red Lebanese was so strong. It was very relaxing because they export all the old stuff. You get the blonde lead in Lebanon because it's fresher. You know, the red leb's the old stuff that they couldn't sell, and so it's oxidized, and that's what the red leb is, or they make red oil from. But people like that. The leb has a special taste, very cedary, but the feeling of it is very relaxing. And it wasn't pure CBN, but it had CBN. And most cannabis today doesn't, but you see it usually as an oxidative product, is what THC oxidizes to. So I never thought it was something you'd really breed for. I always thought it was just THC degrading. But I have found seeds that are like 9% CBN. So I was very surprised. That was a huge surprise for me, actually, was to find some that were, the plant was high in CBN that produced it. We all
so
get
that
surprised.
would be a good one. Is that something that because you are interested in? Is that something that you are interested in breeding towards?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. And now, like, I don't care too much about breeding for the CBN, other than it makes it so other people can grow it, because I have a real quick conversion for THC into CBN in the lab. So I don't really need to breed for CBN because I can just turn my THC into it. And I've got THC ones that are yielding over 30%. It would take me a couple of years to get that CBN up there, you know? Still worth doing it, but it's
So
not a priority.
is the conversion method something that a home grower could utilize? Is it something as simple as just aging it?
Well, there's aging it is the original way to do it. I've seen people mess around with UV lights and peroxide and things. That's not what I do, but I'm keeping it proprietary for now.
All
But that
right,
is a
fair
neat trick.
enough.
But I may tell everybody at some point. But right now, there's so little of it on the market, and it's so easy for me to, like, it's turning lead into gold, right? So with a kilo of distillate in the States
Well,
is like 5 or 6 thousand bucks for THC distillate, right?
so you talk about turning lead into gold. There, you've kind of led me up to something else I was going to
That's
ask about
alchemy.
anyway. uh, talk about. I'm thinking about turning gold in. I don't know if ones could be one. Which ones would be more rare? Could you turn gold into diamonds? Is diamonds more rare than gold? I don't know. But what I'm talking about is your reference to. I want to make sure it's. I think it's CBDV. Is that it?
CBDV.
The is that the woman version, the sex drive there? Is that the correct
Rumor has it.
molecule there?
Rumor has it that I don't know how that got started
Please,
or where
please
the
tell me
information
you've
came
got a
from, but
little
I've
magic
got one.
wand over there for that conversion. Can you lay a bunch of CBD out and walk that down the line for us?
If we can get that out, that will have to get into the comments for sure. But yeah, rumor has it CBDV is like Viagra for women, and I'd heard this anecdotally from some cannabis geeks like ourselves that have studied every story that's ever happened with it. But I was like, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's pretty interesting. So we're gonna have to do some studies on that for sure.
I think that's I want to say there's some truth to that, because I know more than a few uh, caregivers, growers, or whatever, just women growers that have noticed that certain strains, uh, say that they get that motor running. So I can't help but wonder if
For
that's the
sure,
reason there.
for sure. It'll be interesting to see. That is definitely worthy of a study, just out of curiosity. So, but THCV and CBDV both don't appear in very high quantities yet. So those are an obvious choice for me to breed up. I've got starting material of both from a number of sources, and I'm going to work on breeding those up to the point that they're noticeable on their own. Hopefully right up to the point that if I can get a THCV that's under 1% THC, then I can grow it like hemp, and I don't need the fences and security and everything, right? So same with the CBDV, is neither of those are controlled. So there's some real benefits to doing certain cannabinoids that way. But I would never ever do a project where I wasn't where I couldn't do THC. I just wouldn't do it. I just said, I'm not coming here to, ban THC. If I've got to work some lines without it, okay. But as long as I can work some lines with it, because I couldn't just go straight hemp. I just wouldn't do it. It wouldn't even appeal to me. But as I believe that the THC is an integral part of that plant, and ridiculous laws to limit it.
So can you tell me a little bit about the million seedling sprout there? Is that something
A
that
million
still
seed
could come?
search. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Is that
people,
gonna
throughout
happen?
the cannabis community, yeah, it's still an ongoing thing. People are sending me seeds from all over the world to add to this million seed search. And it started with me doing the test in the equator. And in the zone I am is one zone, but in Colombia, there's 11 agricultural zones. So actually going to test it at all these different zones and different climates. But I told all the people that contribute to Million Seed Search is you get to come down and visit the living library. So it's like send in your own Willy Wonka ticket. We'll have the living library, as I call it, is all the cannabis genetics, the entire cannabis gene pool, close to it as we can, in one field at one time. So this year, as it's the first year, we're really getting them all together when we have a lot, but they're all going to be different finishing times, of course, right? So this year we'll really narrow down the times because I can't say for sure when they'll all finish there, having not grown most of it before. But once we know how many days they all take for next year, I'm going to stagger the planting so that everything's done in 1 week. So that if everybody wants to come down and see all these 18-week narrow leaf varieties finishing beside all the 6-week fat little things. They're all going to be done at the same time. So that's a logistical joy to get that worked out, because for people like us, being able to go and see the living library of cannabis with every seed you can think of, all in a field. When you go through, okay, let's start in Asia, and then after lunch we'll go to Africa, and tomorrow we're going to do the Americas, you know. And then if anybody wants, on Wednesday we'll look at the hemp block, you know. But really to put a massive collection together for cannabis researchers, genetics clients, aficionados and friends to show up and see this bloody thing that's taken me years to get together, because it's been a real challenge to be able to do what I'm doing there, and I've got a lot of good help, but to see that come to fruition and be able to invite people to walk through those fields and see, you know, here's 10 different lines from Thailand and 4 different lines from Vietnam and 2 from Cambodia, and go down and just go pick your favorite in every one. I might give you all a different ribbon with a number on it or a color. And they go, you've got a ribbon for every row, you know, go tag your favorite plant for me. Because when everybody goes through, when you have a big field of selections, and most people haven't had to deal with this, but when you do have a big field of selections, you know, you think how much you go and check out your individual plants when you start 20 seeds, and you go and you smelling all the buds, and you've got a room with 100, and you check them out. Now go and get a fucking field of them, and it takes a long time, and you know, your fingers sticky, your nose is sticky. You got to learn not to touch it. Or a trick I'd learned from DJ Short was to cut little squares of paper in your pocket so your fingers don't get coated with the smell from each one. So you take the little square of paper, squeeze it with that. If you like the paper, you can write which one it is and stick it in your pocket, you know? So you have a little scratch and sniff paper for later, but that keeps it off your fingers, right? And the same, if I'm sticking my nose up to it, my nose starts getting sticky and smelling like everything I've already smelled. So you got to handle them carefully when you really want to do a good smell test through the place. But you also straight up get fatigue, you know, because these are eye-watering strong, some of them, like the terps on them down there are ridiculous. So you think you can only smell, you know, the first 100, and then your nose is shot for a while. You got to reset it. One of the things you get from wine is the sensory evaluation studies I did. You learn a lot about tasting. That's really and smelling, and I really enjoyed that aspect. But smelling coffee or smelling yourself is a good way to reset your nose. But you know, your arms are sticky with resin, you go like that. So it's a lot of work, and I love doing it, but I make sure I've got a few weeks to do it, because it takes me forever to go through selection fields and really give some time, because you don't want to just do it once. You want to go back through them the next day or the next day and make sure you still pick the same favorites, you know? So if, you know, I've identified a few of my workers that have good noses, or at least calibrated to mine, let's say. So I would maybe take 12 field hands and I would take them up to a few plants. And to me, I would say, okay, I'm thinking silently to myself, I'm going to put these in order. This first one smells like lemons to me. The second one smells like bubblegum. The third one smells like oranges. You know, so I'd line them up in a way that I knew what I thought those ones smelled quite distinctly of. And then I would ask them to all smell them. And some of them would say, oh, all they all smell like weed. Okay, you can't help. And then I get one guy to be like, this one's like lemons. This one's like bubblegum. And this one's like oranges. I'm like, okay, you come here, you know? So I give them a little field test that way. And then I identify which of my guys have the nose, because not everybody has the nose. And especially if their nose is calibrated with mine, that they get the things I get. So those guys, I'll give them ribbons with the color. So he might be red ribbon, he might have a yellow ribbon, she might have a blue ribbon. If I go through and see a plant with a blue ribbon, I know, oh, Andrea thought that one smelled really good, you know? So it's easier for me to start narrowing down favorites when there's really big blocks to go look for, if they've tagged a ribbon on favorites. So when I walk up and down the row, I'll know somebody really likes that one because they only get so many ribbons, you know. So I play little games like that.
I'm kind of curious a little bit, man. For one, it sounds like you say like very much like a Willy Wonka type experience there, where I could actually see people, you having a hard time just containing people to the walkway, where people wanting to just, oh my God, want to venture out. I could see that being tough to say to the path, but I'm kind of curious your opinion here on lately kind of a hotbed subject around here, or I've heard lately, is the introduction to the smaller gardeners like mine, and is companion plants. Adding companion plants
Very
both
important.
for bug defenses, but we've kind of heard a little bit about adding companion plants to work with terpene production, as well. So I'm kind of curious, with that in mind, will that many varieties of cannabis, do they work together? Do cannabis terpenes
Well,
work together like that, or can they bounce off each other?
I
And
can't say
especially when
that
you've got a million of them going,
they definitely stick
could
to
they
each other.
express?
They definitely stick to each other, whatever it's grown with. But I know that, for example, with grapes, they'll plant what they call hyssop or sweet hyssop, the type of mint. There's certain mints that make the grapes express more terpenes. So there is really something to it, and not just with cannabis, but but a plant, it really does soak up what it's touching or close to. And a prime example of this, if I reference DJ again, is I think it was the first time I smoked his buds. He'd brought some to Amsterdam, and we were sitting in the bar at the Milk Bag. He had it all folded up in little paper bindles that he sent in. And he said, "Okay, this is my flow. Have you ever tried it?" I said, "No, I've never tried it." And so he passes me a joint, and as soon as I hit it, I'm tasting beets. And I said, "It's weird. It tastes like beets." And he says, he looks at his girlfriend. He's like, "I grew that in the beets. So like those roots were wrapped around beets. That instantly was beets. I always say the flow like beets now, but of course, if you're not growing it in beets, it doesn't taste like beets the same. But there's something flow like about it now because I always associate beets and flow. But another guy I knew that stunned one time. He walked into my apartment in university with a backpack of buds to show me some, and is before he even took them out of his backpack, I said, "Do you use fish emulsion?" And he just went white and dropped shit, and he couldn't understand. He's just like, "Why did you say that?" I said, "I know that smell. I can't stand it when there's fish emulsion in bud." And he's like, "How could you know that? I didn't even take the bud." I said, "I can smell it already, before you took it out of your backpack." And he says, "We put a sucker fish in every hole." It was their outdoor. And he says, "We put a fish in every hole. But I know that smell of dead fish and weed because I had a friend that was growing with fish emulsion one time and swore never to again because it was just nasty in the weed. It was like, this smells like dead fish. It was, aquaponics doesn't smell like dead fish because it's from live fish, but the dead fish is another story. And it attracts raccoons and bears and all kinds of crap. So I don't use any fish product in them. I like to use marl, which is like ground up oyster shells and stuff, right? That's nice, but fish emulsion is nasty, and just throwing raw fish in your holes is nasty too. I think, in my opinion, some people like it and lots of nutrients, and it's free, so they don't care. But
It
not for my
wasn't
taste.
something you noticed in the aquaponics, huh?
No, because it wasn't dead fish. It's
Okay.
fish poo, not dead fish. The difference between
Okay.
fish waste and dead fish, or fish waste and wasted fish.
Okay. Uh, Arturo Sensimilia wanted me to ask you about the sterile selections and the outlier traits that you're looking for when towards the
That's
sterile seeds.
the stirls are really going to
What
be fun, but for outlying traits around them, in
what are
particular,
you looking for when you're
I'm
we
basically
understand you're down about 50% in your search now. So what are you
yeah.
looking
I
for
want to
when
get
you
them so that you can plant all the seeds and they're sterile. That's my hope, is to get them up to, and I think it's just a few more back crosses to get there, probably to the reverse plant. But the but if we can get them to 100%, then they're really really useful. Um, for outlying traits around it, if there's things I want happening in them, one of them is plants that don't need to be trimmed, that have very good calyx to leaf ratio, or such small sugar leaves that when they dry, they kind of disappear into the bud. I've had something like that. But I've had other ones where it just had a fan leaf below the bud and really no leaf on the bud. So I just thought, if I could get those again, that would be something really nice to have in production. But beyond that, a crazy step that I'd like is for the abscission layer of the leaf petiole, so that the fan leaves drop off when it hits peak ripeness. Like when it really can't get riper, overnight, just like the maple tree, it just hits one day, boom, leaves all start falling off, just like that, you know? It might take them a couple days in a maple tree, but I would like to see it really a definitive drop off, so that you leave that green manure in the field and you don't take all the leaf to have to dry. You know, if you leave all that leaf out there, you're saving a bunch of labor, and you're not bringing all that moisture into your drying place. So it would be you just
would
be
that
bringing
be
in.
have to be a necessary trait because you don't
Oh,
have
it
the
doesn't have to.
pistils, you know what
Doesn't
I
have to
mean,
have
to
it.
kind of guide you?
No,
I
it's
mean, it
whether it had
seemed like it would
pistils or
look
not.
like a weird butt.
I
What's
think
the
whether
bud look
there
like
is
with
pistol,
that?
the bud looks exactly the same. It just has no hairs. But you can take
Okay.
virtually anyone. Now, there'll probably be some plants that do it a lot easier than others. And I know it's like you say with making reverse pollen. Some of them don't. They'll make the bells, but they won't make much pollen, or it won't work. Some of them are more suited to, playing with than others this way. But these are just things to look for. Obviously, the standard things to look for are the resistance to fungal problems. Resistance to mites is always nice. I've really only I've found a few plants over years that really don't like mites, and they're never the sweet fruity ones. The mites go straight for the sweet fruity ones, but you can have some of the other more astringent ones that are kind of cleaners. Those often repel the mites. That's incredible, and those might even make a nice mite spray if you identify which of the terpenes in there are having the mite repelling effect, because it's great if you can just use something like that that's not a harmful thing to add to your plant. If you have to add something, it might as well just be terpenes. That would be a nice way to scare the bugs off.
So I'm curious: are the sterile plants, because they're not looking, to reproduce? Is that make for a shorter flowering time?
No, it makes for a shorter rooting time though. They root in half the time or less. The first time I had them, they were the sisters with pistils took 10 or 12 days to root, and the sisters with no pistils rooted in 3 or 4 days. I've never seen anything root so fast as those sterile plants. And it's really common with other sterile plants. So you have stenocarpic plants, which have a boarded seed, and those are typically the polyploids. And that's like the little white pips in the seedless grapes, or the little white seeds you get in the seedless watermelons. They're almost seedless, but there's like little aborted seeds in them. So that's stenocarpy, and that's unacceptable for us. You don't want buds with little white seeds in them, right? That's still garbage. So you've got to have parthenocarpy, which is the parthenocarpid plants do not set seed. They can't get pregnant. They are infertile. So those are the plants, and they're visually easy to identify because they don't have pistils. That's the easiest thing about it, is they're just obvious which is which. So as we can get the seeds to the point you can have a silo of them and plant a field and not get any pistils, then we've taken it to the logical conclusion. But as they are now, any of them we can have quite quickly with a, one crossed and then back crossed. So within the year, you can have that of any clone I start with. But what was I going to say? No, I can't even remember. I think that last one's catching up with me. But what the hell were we talking about?
We were talking about the rooting of the sterile strains,
yeah.
and
That's right. They do root fast. That's for sure. I'm sure there was something else, but
there was something you were venturing down there, but that's okay. I'm curious. It kind of seems redundant. I mean, how do you produce seeds for a strain that's sterile? I mean, is that a trait that has to come from a male to a regular mom?
Look, if you selfed, you'd be S1. So you took your favorite strain. What's your favorite strain, Eagle? Your favorite mom there.
I'm just
What
gonna.
do you got? A
search.
clone only. You got some clone only there. What's your clone only that you've got there?
That would be my beautiful loser behind me. That's only clone only right now.
Beautiful loser. So if you did a selfing of beautiful loser, you know how to do that to make the feminized seeds of itself, right? Or if you don't, you can look it up easy enough. You grow those out. You take the beautiful loser and reverse it again and hit some of the progeny. When you grow those out, you're going to start finding the steriles because you selfed it and then back crossed it again to the parent of it. You understand?
Okay.
So
I'm following along.
It's a selfing and then a selfing back cross. That's where you start finding them. That's it. Anybody can do it. So it'll start. It's just if you can self seeds twice, you'll start finding sterile. And once you've got the sterile, you can get it into tissue culture and mass produce it that way if you need to, or just make cuttings. If you want to make mothers and cuttings, they root super quick, so you can propagate them really quickly. But to get to the point where they're 100%, I haven't seen anybody do that yet. I've seen 3 other people, and I've heard of 2 other people that have achieved up to 50%, but I haven't seen anybody with better than that yet. So that's sort of where
is it strain dependent
now. It works best on them if they are a little more stable. If they're less stable, you get less ratio of the steriles, So it's got to be. I think it'll work better with some than others, no matter what. But I can't explain why. I have no idea. Like I have no idea why some of them, when you self them, they don't make good pollen. And some of them you need to treat them with a higher, stronger solution. You've got to dial it in for each cultivar to, really get her figured out. And everybody's still learning. There's no experts yet. That's for sure.
Jack's Greenstock wanted me to ask, do you test your plants for esters, ketones, and aldehydes? I probably said that last one wrong.
I don't, but that would be really interesting. I would like to, but I don't.
So I also have kind of heard that you seem to have your hands in to the oil and rosin aspect of the cannabis industry. And one interview, I kind of heard you talk about. It was like I want to say it was like an earlier Adam Dunn interview, where you kind of were quoted saying that I think you were like $28 an ounce that you were saying at that point. But then in a more recent interview, it was more like, $20 to $30 in a less marketed and maybe a further down the line per gram, not per ounce.
For rosin?
How do you see that?
How do you mean, for rosin or oil? In oil?
Well, I can't. The first instance, I think you were talking about mass producing on the Dunn show. I think it was rosin. You were talking about making fields and pressing them and making ounces.
Well, I'll tell you, I pictured ounces of flour from field grown. I remember I had a business plan based on these numbers for ounces of field grown untrimmed flour at $10 an ounce, or live rosin at $10 a gram. But what my oil program, which I call my Miles of Smiles program, is to keep people medicated in the first world for $1 a day based on 30 milligrams a day. That's 900 milligrams a month, so basically a gram of distillate. So if that in wholesales at 15 and retails at 30 in a jar or capsules or whatever format it's in, then you can keep somebody lifted for a month for $1 a day. And that was my developed world pricing. And then in the developing world, doing it half of that price, so people can stay smiling for 50 cents a day. So that's how I base the oil prices on. And if we need to go down from that, we can, but we know that's infinitely less than anybody else is charging in either place. So in Canada, the prices are ridiculous. And you wouldn't even believe, I saw today what people are paying for beverages in the legal adult use market. 10 milligram THC in a can of sugar water for $9.20. So that's $920 a gram for distillate. So if you drop the $20 for the can into the water, it's $900 a gram. But even in the wholesale business to business market, THC is going for $45 a gram in the legal market up here. So I thought if I come out with it wholesale at 15, that's a third of anybody else. I don't really need to start any cheaper than that, So that's fine. But in Colombia, we're selling to 4 other processors. And in bulk, if you're buying hundreds of tons from me, I'm selling THC milled flour for 10 cents a gram and the CBD milled flour for 4 cents a gram. So that's 40,000 a ton or 100,000 a ton on the THC. But even at those prices from the first 4 clients, I'm back ordered for 1,000 tons already. So if I want to make any for us to make a product and sell, it has to be over 1,000 tons because I'm already, the first 1,000 tons is spoken for. So we're scaling up.
At them prices.
What's that?
I said, I bet at them prices. I mean, that's that's good economics there,
That's
50
right,
cents
man. That's
a day
huge
to
value.
be able to medicate.
But it's still a business, And people say, "Oh, you can't make money." I mean, that pot, those buds are 31%. The lowest ones on the THC thing are 24. So it's between 24 and 31%. But milled, you've got leaves and everything else in it too. So it's less than its whole plant milled. No stalks, of course, but all the leaf and flower gets chopped up together. And but at 100 grand a ton, you think, oh, that's fuck all. But if you can do 1,000 tons, that's not bad, right? So who cares? So it all makes sense one way or the other. Even the CBD at 40,000 a ton. Like I can grow the stuff like corn. So if you were getting 40,000 a ton for corn, you'd feel like a hero, you know. So that's all right. You're not getting quite the same yield as corn, but that idea, right? Oops.
So Antero Sensimilia wants to know again, kind of back to he's like, other than the sterile traits, are there any other outlier traits in your search? Is there anything else that's catching your eye?
No, mostly just working for sturdy plants with resistance qualities to various problems, and isolating the chemovirus for specific cannabinoids because there just isn't, you're not going to get a lot of these cannabinoids isolated. And they're very basic. You can isolate them in the lab, but you're not getting a good yield of them. So if you want to have THCV and a lot of it, you're going to have a plant that's higher in THCV than any are now. So that's kind of the focus of it. But really, at the same time, it's about acclimatizing them to the equatorial climate, because even if those ones are from 20, 25 degrees latitude, they're not from 2 or 3 degrees latitude. So they still need some acclimatization. So I have my work cut out just on the acclimatization, and isolating and bringing up cannabinoids is sort of a basic pursuit. But as far as sort of the novel twists, I find the sterile the big one, and anything beyond that would have to do with, for my premier interest in like bizarre things, is to have the leaf drop, total senescence of the leaf and perfect abscission of them. And just, I want to see, think how nice it would be if you came out to your field one morning and boom, oh, all the leaves are gone. Nothing to trim. You just got to chop them down, take them in, hang them up, and then when they're dry, bag it up. That's it. You cut out the trimming. If you could do that, people would be so stoked, yeah, I could
I
die
can't
happy
help
if I
but
could just pulling all that off. I'd be done. Unless you got a better idea, I'm happy to try it. But I don't. I'm
I can't.
lacking inspiration beyond that at this point.
I can't help but think that you might want to narrow that one down before you do that million seed sprout. I think your crew would greatly appreciate that come harvest on that million
Trimming
seed
that
sprout.
motherfucker.
Just
Well, we
walk
might
through
miss all those
picking
sugar
out
beets.
plants,
Oh
all
man.
laying on the ground, just raking them up. That'd make harvest a lot easier. You can just till them back in at that
Yeah, you
point.
just leave them there. You
But
just want to leave them there, because I want that green manure in the field anyway. I don't want to have to go compost it and then spread it all back out. I'd rather just have it all fall off right in the field. And some places will do that. They would, and I did this myself in fields I've had before, where we do a green trim and just go and pull all the fan leaves off in the field until the ground is just solid with them. You know, even this year I did that mostly with my plants, and just left, ankle deep leaves all over the place, because I just pull all the fans off and just leave them on the dirt.
yeah, I can see that being very official. That they talked
Yeah.
about a
If they could
process that
just
it's
fall off
close to that.
themselves, that would be easier. Just was like, click, they're done. Oh, okay, great, we're done. I just like making things easier, so that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure the harvest crew would appreciate that 100%
Oh,
for sure. The American one wants to know. Let me get back up here. If I could ask you if you've come across a true chocolate milk smell or flavor.
no. I've had some very chocolatey ones, but I wouldn't think of them as chocolatey milk. The two most chocolate ones I've had were the mother of the rosebud, which was a freaky flow selection. It was the tiniest yielding of flow. Flow is a very difficult seed, but I can't picture a plant that I would say that's what flow looks like, because when you grow out flow, there's every other plant. I don't know how. There must have been close to 10 phenos, I think, in the film. It was all over the place. Let's just say that. So I had one or two that were super tiny. One in particular that was super tiny, and it had leaves like this, like a upturned palm tree almost, like a real thick cluster. And the bottoms of the leaves were that beautiful sort of mauvey lavender, um, light off red color, and then inside green, of course. But the buds were super tiny. You might see like 4 calyxes or something looking down in this bowl of leaves, right? And then under that, it would just be a popcorn, that little nug. That was the top, was like a nug. And then under that, there'd be a couple that were a little bit bigger, but like half of a golf ball or something, but really small buds. So in the seed catalog, I remember where I put, flowering time and yield and all that. For yield, I didn't put days. I just put dismal, you know. So I didn't want anybody to buy it that wanted to yield. I say, this tastes like the nicest chocolate. Like it had this Nepalese hash taste, which has a beautiful chocolate character. And that was the last time I had a real chocolatey one was the Mother of the Rosebud, the one flow selection that was the Mother of the Rosebud. And the other one I had that was chocolatey was an interesting one. Actually, it was in Vancouver, outdoors when I was doing a selection of 1,500 plants in my backyard in the middle of town. But there was some that came, I think they were from Delta or somewhere just outside Vancouver. And somebody gave me some to try. I don't even remember what they called it, like some generic name like Old Skunk or something like that. And it was really different. And it had definitely a lot of red hair, but fairly stout ones and very tight, compact bud. But it unmistakably smelled like dog shit. It was the worst. It smelled like dog shit, but it was super hardy and stiff buds. And we just laughed, and it was like, I'm never gonna want to breed with this, but it's just funny, because we had it. I remember a friend from Washington coming up one time. He's like, "What do you got? You always got some sweet bud." And just to fuck with him, I was like, "Oh, it's my new latest and greatest." Put this bag down and smelling it good. It smells like dog shit. We'd be laughing, and we forgot about it. I took the thing, threw it in my attic. I think I had stashed some bud up there, and then when I went to move, like a year later, I find this bag, and I was like, "Oh, this was the dog shit bud." But this was one of the plants I'd found that didn't need trimming. It had a big leaf under where the bud was, but the bud didn't need trimming. So I thought they were neat for that, but I didn't keep a cutting of it or make any seeds. But I threw that bag up there, and I hardly smoked it when it was like dog shit. It wasn't that appealing, and it was stony enough, but I had tons of other good, really sweet, tasty, fruity thing. It was like, no, I'm never going to smoke that. But I threw it up there, and when I took it down, the same friend from Washington was up, and he's like, "Oh, what do you got? You got any great exotics around here?" And I said, "Oh, check this out. It's a really special Hawaiian ice." And he passed him this bag. It was exactly the same bag, but it had browned out, and it was totally chocolate. So I thought that was interesting because some of the buds I threw up there that were really fruity, they were just extra, or the smalls or whatever, but they were nicer strains. But later in the year, they sucked. They didn't have any character. But the one that smelled like dog shit was a rock star a year later. So it had a better shelf life character where it went from dog shit to chocolate in a year. And I did regret not keeping a cutting of it at that point because I was like, damn, this had the best shelf life of anything I grew last year. And it seemed, it was the ugly duckling in the fall, but the next fall it was the swan, it was like, wow, that was cool. But it was like, oh, we called it Hawaiian chocolate or something. My buddy's like, oh my God, this is so exotic. I've never heard of this. This is delicious, And he was just chogging away at it. And then I was laughing. And then after a day or so, I was like, remember that bud I had that smelled like dog shit? I'm like, that's the same bag. He's like, what? That's funny, eh? So
Oh,
shelf
yeah.
life is a neat one to look for too, and that's something really nobody's really working on is which buds. Like people are working on bud storage, but not necessarily which buds are best suited to storage. Some of them are better suited to storage than others, I think.
It's funny. It sure throws some salt on that. The old term, you can't polish a turd, no?
You just forget
It's
about it till it tastes
obviously
like
not
chocolate.
true.
Yeah.
Right, right. So, boxers or briefs?
Oh, none.
I couldn't pass it up, especially after the dog shit story. Somebody actually asked that question in chat. So.
Nice.
They want to know, Steve. They want to know, boxers.
No, I got my kilt on. You can't wear under the kilt, you know? It's just, we don't roll like that, man.
So
If I'm not wearing my
it's
kilt,
funny.
I'm wearing my moo.
It's funny. So we kind of talked about this a little bit on the phone. You're kind of encouraging breeding, in big projects, little projects, it brings out more in the pool there, and we'll find out
That's right.
some
No, the more
great
people
strains.
playing, the more that's going to happen.
So, do you have any tips for something for somebody aspiring or thinking about, or somebody that might be a breeder that's doing it wrong? Do you have some
You
good
just follow
advice
your
for?
nose. That's the main thing. And keeping a couple lines. Did we talk about? I just did another interview earlier tonight, so I can't remember which we
No,
talked about and which I talked
we
about.
haven't yet.
Okay, so there's essentially what most of us start out with. We've got a clone only that we love, so that somebody gave us or we found somewhere, but we don't have any hope of finding a father for it. So there's no way to make seed of it or develop it further without crossing it with something else or selfing it. So if we leave aside the selfing for now and just go traditional dioecious male female stuff, then we say, okay, we're going to plant some seeds of something that's either complementary or entirely different, because if you take one that's entirely different, say your plant that you love is green, but you take a purple male, it's going to be very easy to split the progeny up that have the green pheno compared to the purple, So that alone gets easier. But you're gonna, if you're line breeding, so you've got your first cross is your F1, is your filial generation. So you're growing out the brothers and sisters that are the seeds that resulted from that, right? If you, at the very least, have to keep 2 lines out of that generation, at the minimum, you have to keep 2 lines. So that could mean that you've got 1 favorite male and 2 favorite females, or you've got 2 males. You're not sure which is the better one to use, but the female's the best one you've got. So you say, okay, I'm going to put that female in 2 different rooms, and I'm going to hit a different male in each room. Or I'm going to put 2 females in the room and hit it with the male that I like. Maybe there was only 1 male covered in resin. So you say, fuck, I have to use that male. It's the only one covered in resin, right? Easy choice. So you slap that on those 2 favorite females. Now you've got 2 lines that are F2s. So you grow those out and seed them together. You could do it again with or without taking separate lines off again if you want to be really fancy. But you grow those out. But after the 3rd generation, you cross them back together, those 2 lines, and you start over again with 2 more lines. So you have to maintain 2 lines so that every 3 generations you can cross them back together to maintain vigor. That is the core of line breeding. And that's how most things have been bred. Tomatoes, carrots, you name it, if you have a really stellar specimen sometimes, like your mother there that you love, that you've only got clone only, you might say, you know what? When I do that cross, when I make that cross with the one male and the two sisters of it, right, in the F1, I'm going to take a cutting of that mother that I love, my clone only, and put it in the room too. So now it's getting seeded by its son at the same time as it's seeding its sisters. So that's your back cross line, right? So you do them at the same time. You do them in parallel. So when you grow those out, that's your third line there, but that's the back cross line. So I'm talking about it separately than the other two, because now that's crossed back to the mother. The progeny is going to be a lot more like the mother than the first round, which was maybe half like the mother and half like the father, right? So if you grow those ones out and take a boy that looks most and smells most like the mother, and you seed it back to the mother, that second back cross is the square. So you've now squared it. Now you've crossed it back to that mother twice. And that's how I got the BX2, M1, and P1 in the sweet tooth. So when you grow those out and you cross that BX2 back to the mother, that's a third back cross, and that's called cubing. So now you've cubed it to the mother. 3 back crosses to the mother, and your seed is 95+% like the mother. It's beautiful. So you really get a steady crop. And my goal when I first crossed that blueberry with sweet tooth, or with the sweet pink grapefruit to make that sweet tooth, my idea was right away was I wanted to hit it with something beautiful but purple, so I could select out the ones that are like the grapefruit and make a pure grapefruit seed, because I really love the grapefruit. So I did the sweet tooth 3 as my expression of the best version of grapefruit I could make in seed. That was how I did that. Was those, and I had inbred generations of sweet tooth going at the same time, and often from a back cross line or a back cross generation, I would start inbred lines out of that as well. So that was how I ended up at the sweet tooth 4, and since then unreleased 5, 6, and 7. You know, but I'll see. I'm working on selections for what would be number 8. And it's neat because now I've got it separated into some, photo lines and auto lines. And then the auto lines, there's a green one and a purple one. And the purple one is super fruity. And I think I might, some people that had sweet tooth worked on breeding out anything that had auto tendency. You didn't see it in the sweet tooth 3 so much, but that was more like the grapefruit. But the sweet tooth 4 you started to see somewhere. But anyway, um, the 5 and 6 were bred from the 3, and those ones were 2 population seedings done by a friend in Europe that used to work for me and had the original grapefruit cutting plus a bunch of the seeds. So he did a few generations on his own, and then years later sent me a bunch of the seeds so I could see how they went. So I'm working through a bunch of those. He's on Instagram as Hortalab, and he's got a lot of these seeds for sale actually. But that was the point of the 3, was fixing a stable grapefruit seed. That was my goal, and that's what I achieved by Sweet Tooth 3. And I'd made some Sweet Tooth 3 in indoor rooms, a few kilos of them, and then I went and made like 40 kilos of them in a greenhouse once I saw how well received the first round was. But
I'm
that's
glad
in a
that
nutshell.
you. Who was the guy that has the seeds? Jack Greenstock. Just as you said that, was like, please release that, Steve. So they.
Well, nobody's got that purple one that I've developed since then. I've just been doing that as a little hobby project of my own here. But I've got some pictures of it somewhere. But that was like a grape lollipop factory. It was like you just rip open the grape lollipop smell, unbelievable. But that auto was really, really resinous for an auto. I was really shocked how resin, because usually autos, they're pretty good nowadays, but they're just not that all that. But this was like, whether it was auto or not, it was the fucking candy. You know, it really, really was sweet and the dark red grapey. Mm, very nice.
Sounds amazing. Sounds
Yeah, that's a
amazing.
candy one. It was I call it the lollipop factory though. I was like, it just smells like the lollipop factory. But you can't keep them in veg, so you've got to make the seed of it, right? So I want to be able to make a lot of those seeds, because I know if you could plant a field in Canada, or if I end up getting a license up here at some point, they would finish dynamite. I am certain, because I put them through the paces already. So I know if I can. Right now, I've got no legal way to, produce and sell seeds in Canada. I can export from Colombia to a licensed producer here, but I don't have a license here, so I can't sell them direct anyway. Once I got them, like, I could sell them to somebody here, but there's nobody really interested in seed selling at the moment up here. There's
It's too bad.
a real, it is too bad. It'll change. There's definitely people getting into it for sure. It's just a matter of time. But I think, like, at the provincial stores where you've got to buy your seeds from, I think they might have like one type or two types of seeds, and nobody's been impressed with them anyway. So they're expensive, so nobody wants them.
Man, I've heard you a reference too about the purple strains. And I agree with you 100%. I'm not. The purple strains are pretty, but the strength comes from the green purple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the strongest ones are always greener, it seems, and I differentiate a bit between purple, red, and the blues, So you do get, they're all, let's say shades of purple in a way, but the stuff that's really purple, it's never very strong. If it's a little purple, it might be. If it's red, green and red, but not purple, it can still be pretty strong, I find. And that's like a better, you know, there's so many generations of sweet tooth, but now, like, if sweet tooth 3, you think of it, it's just like the grapefruit, but even more robust, because the grapefruit's like 40-year-old cutting or something. It's really old cutting. So the sweet tooth 3 was like a little bit freshened up grapefruit, like a little more vigorous in that too. But it wasn't as fruity as some of the F1s that were 50% blueberry. Some of those were just really reeking of goodness, because there's the sweet pink grapefruit, which was sweet and grapefruity, but not berry at all. And then I really had lucked out when I got those blueberry seeds given to me a long, long time ago. And I didn't have that many. I think I was given like 5 seeds, and I think there was 4 females and a male, and the females were shit. I didn't even keep them. I don't even think I let them finish. I was so unimpressed with the flower. I just tossed those. But the male, I couldn't leave it alone because it had a rock hard top. It was dark purple, but it sparkled with chromatic resin. Like, it looked like ball bearings. Didn't look like clear crystals or white crystals or amber crystals. It looked like metallic balls. It was totally different, and the top was such a tight. It was looked like an upside down cluster of purple grapes, but covered with this metallic resin, and it was crazy. I snipped the top of it and put it in a coffee cup for a week or two till it was dry, and I smoked it in the bong, and it was like licking blueberry jam. It was great. Pie filling, blueberry pie filling. Like, it was so candied. And the rest of the male, I just clipped the top off, so all the little branches around it, I had them going. And I knew I was going to take the best male I found outside that summer, because I had about 1,500 plants from seed in the backyard. And then in the basement, I had maybe 8 lights going with my favorite 5 females of the year. So I said, whatever the best male I find in, it's coming downstairs to hit these 5 females, you know. So it was pure chance that that was the one. But and I've seen other blueberries since that I wouldn't have used, you know. Like if that was the male I found, I wouldn't have done it. You know, it was just that male. It was undeniable. That one had to be used, and it really came out great. Like the first generation ones have some spectacular flavors, but the point for me wasn't to make this 50-50. It was to get that sweet tooth or get the grapefruit into a seed form, you know? And it was easy to pick the ones that looked more like grapefruit than blueberry. So it was easy to do, you know? It's a simple marker, very visual.
You would, it's kind of funny you keep bringing up these couple of trades here that happen to hit my beautiful loser. You seem to be a fan of the grapefruit and the sweetness, and my beautiful loser is like, I describe her on a flavor palette as a grapefruit cheese Danish, is what she smells like in the bag. Yeah, she's pretty tasty, and I'm pretty proud of it. But it sounds like you'd enjoy it. It sounds like
I
you'd
think
enjoy
I
it.
would. I'm sure I would.
So, is that one of those dab pens there? Is that a rosin pen? How do you like them things?
Yeah, I've been putting mostly rosin in here, but I've got some of this sweet skunk diamonds and sauce. I really like it actually. The top of this one is called a barbed fire, but the battery that it came with was silver and about the same shape, and they quit after 6-7 months. But I'd switched it out. The guy at the head store recommended this E-leaf. Anyways, it's like just a better battery, so you can adjust the temperature, and or you can do it by the watts, how many watts or volts you want to give it. It's pretty neat, but you can get a big pull off it. Like with the carts, you don't get a big pull. You sip on it, the little carts. These I can get, if it's a little clouded, I got to suck on it for a bit. So I definitely need to give it a cleaning. But you get a blob going in there, and you get a serious hit. I call it my pocket dabber. So if I'm going out and about, that thing's coming with me. I've got a little dab bar over here, but I just haven't been over there. sitting at the bar table here. But, got my work cut out.
Bill Sid would like to know if you've ever seen purple vegging in a plant vegging. Have you noticed them traits earlier on, other than a trouble sign?
Yeah,
have
not
you noticed
many, but mostly in the stalk. Mostly you see it in the stalk and veg, and the leaves might be kind of dark green to purple, but they're not full purple in veg, but the stalks can be. I've seen some like that, and then the buds come out purple after. You get red or purple stems.
So I'm curious too, like good looking dog. I'm a dog man myself.
She puts up with me.
So do you have any advice for some older seeds? Cracking older seeds?
I've heard of a thing, it's called the seed cracker, and I haven't actually seen one, but a friend of mine swears by it. But it's some little thing you put in and screws down and cracks them gently. But what I've always done with old ones is I take fine sandpaper and put it in a roll inside a paper towel roll. So you've got a sandpaper on the inside of the paper towel roll. Then you put your seed in, cap one end, put your seed in, cap the other end, and then shake it back and forth. And the seed scuffs along the sandpaper, and it softens up the edges and everything and helps it absorb the water better. A lot of people put peroxide in the water. Some people put gibberellic in the water, or GA3, and that'll shoot the tails out. but you might have to pull the husk of the seed off the shell, because sometimes the cotyledon of the old seeds is too weak to push the shell off itself. So you want to be careful when you do that because they're delicate little things. But I'm sure there's people with other good advice for starting old seeds. I've heard some lately, and I can't even remember it all. I've heard a number of things, but I'm pretty sure peroxide and maybe if you really want gibberellins as well.
Well, I appreciate you, giving me as much time as you can. Have you enjoyed your time on the show? Have you had
Oh yeah,
fun
it's been
today?
fun, man. Yeah. Sorry, I started to fall asleep here. I can't lay down, or I will.
Oh, no
Be really
worries.
bad form
I'm
if
sure
I
you've
fell
had a long
asleep on
day.
your show. That's all right. It's not
Ah,
really that long. It's much later, 3 hours later for you than me.
this is the norm for us here, though. But
You're
hey,
night
I don't want
owls.
to.
I usually do go to sleep pretty early, but it's not a big deal. I've got no plans tomorrow other than try and catch up on emails, and that's never done, right?
I'd rather end on a good pace and have you more opt to come back and talk with us again versus wearing you out on your first run.
Oh, no
That's for
worries. No,
sure.
if there's anything else you want to ask, I'm here.
I think we've got through a good. There's somebody asking about the Berry, but like I
What,
said, you've had a
what
long day, and I'd
do
rather
they
see
want to
you,
know? What do they want
be
to
more.
know about the Shishkaberry?
Um, well, they're just talking about the legendary cup of Berry, and it's moving up. You know, I guess it's winning some cups up with there in Oregon. They're just bragging about it more or less.
Oh, right on. They're still growing it down in Oregon.
Yeah, it seems to be.
That's
Seems to
good to
be.
hear. That's good to hear. I love to see. It blows my mind to see to every corner of the world where some of these plants have made it, and sometimes they're still there. But there was a time in Switzerland when I had spice testers around the world. So whenever I was working on something new or had new releases to go out, they all got testers all around the world. So we would always laugh and say the sun never sets on Sweet Tooth or the sun never sets on Shishkaberry because we could see the pictures of it in Brazil and Australia, you name it. You're just like, that's so cool. Wherever the sun is, there's always some spice there. The sun never sets on it. But nowadays, I'm sure that's not true. I don't think it's growing in every time zone anymore, but there was a day. But it's still fun. But to
Obviously,
think
it's
that they're
somewhat
killing it
true.
with it in Oregon these days, I mean, there's a lot of good genetics to choose from in the state. So I'm really happy to see that there's any still standing. That's a good thing. And the cuts that stood the test of time probably are the best ones.
I agree there. I agree. One thing I want to, hopefully, you can give me before, and this is on the funner side of the interview. This is just a quickie. I've pushed this back several times, and now I'm pushing it back till I think I may have, get a good 1,000 subscribers going here on the channel. But every show so far, this is 77, and I've gotten everybody from Mr. Soul to Danny Danko to a bunch of people on here. But I've got them all to do it. Some of them have taken many, many, many takes. But this marks the end of your episode, and ultimately, I think in looking back, when I air this, it could intrigue them to look back at your episode. You know what I'm saying? So at 1,000, I'm going to do I'm what I'm calling the soundbite thing. Uh, I'm sure you're old enough to remember, just like myself, back where the radio stations, the artists would come on and do like the station identification, so
Right,
that
right, right.
basically you're the artist, the station, whatever. And I'm going to piece them together at one point, hopefully, pretty close order as I can. But as a celebration, as a marker, for making it so far into the show. But I'm hoping if you could give me the soundbite. Let me get it ready to record here too, because I wasn't recording them until like 65. Now I got to go back and clip them out of clip them out of the episodes. But could you give me the soundbite? You know, this is Breeder Steve, and I'm on the fucking Eagle Talking Shit with Eagle show. You know, if you could put the swear in there. If not, I respect
Oh,
that.
I can
But
do it.
if you
I
could,
can do it. All right. I'm Breeder Steve. Thank you for listening to the fucking Talking Shit with Eagle show. We'll do it again sometime.
hell yeah! Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, man.
You know I've got a face for radio, right?
That's right. No, that ain't right. That ain't right.
I always say that on these stupid things. That's all right. I might be retarded, but that's not fair to the retarded
Definitely
people
not.
for sure. Oh,
I know this has been amazing, and I can definitely put this as a feather in my cap. This is a very iconic moment with me, and I thought instances like this would never come. So I can't tell you how much I truly appreciate you hanging out and spend some time with me and chat and everybody else that you watch this tonight and will watch it tomorrow. It's already had a huge response. I know you're not watching chat, but they have loved every second of this. So I hope at some point you'd reconsider about coming back and hanging out again. I know I would be honored for sure. And like I said, hopefully
as
this
long
has
as you
been
stop
fun for you.
sending me
Maybe.
dick pics, we can talk.
Done deal, sir.
Please.
That's got to be the best ending yet, Steve. That's got to be the best ending. Thank you for so much for going out on a fucking funny ending there. I didn't even see that shit coming. Oh man, that is great.
Good times. All right.
Oh man, that's gonna be hard to top, man. That's gonna be hard to top. Thank you so much, Steve. And
All right.
enjoy the rest of your night. And
thanks, man.
Look forward to hearing for you too.
All
you have
right.
a great night.
Sleep tight.
Thank you, sir. Oh wow, what an amazing episode! I enjoyed every second of that episode. That is so funny. Oh man, I didn't even see that coming. Holy shit, that was fucking funny right there. Oh shit. Oh, that was fucking funny. Oh man. Oh man, I'm so glad you stayed up, the Major General 420 Army, man. I appreciate your views as well as everybody else. JD's, Mystic Marks, Robert Hazelton, Chris Mertz, Cannon Chiva, Grokashi, everybody, Jack Screenstock. Oh man, that was fucking funny. Oh, Mo Grower, hope you enjoyed that. Well, I got a little bit of time left in me. I don't know how much I'm gonna hang out tonight, but if there's anybody out there that can hear my voice and has been on, let's try not to break that the guest rule. But if there's somebody out there that would like to hang out tonight, raise your hands. Let's shoot some shit. Let's shoot some shit tonight. Is there anybody? Jack, Boom. I know there's lots of great people out there. Anybody want to hang out a little bit? It's so fucking funny. What do you think, Boom? You want to check out tonight? I'm gonna send you the numbers just in case. That was fun. I haven't heard from Boom in a while, and I appreciate it, Boom. If you could pop in for a second. Oh, that is funny. Oh, you got the numbers. Boom. The last numbers I sent you are still good. So if you want to pop in, that's funny. Jack, I see you in chat. I'm gonna hit you up with the numbers too, just in case you want to pop in for a minute. I don't know how long I'm gonna hang out, but you're welcome to pop in. Yeah, pop those numbers in. Oh, he says can't tonight, just as I'm sliding him the numbers. That's all right. Everybody's got to make a living. It's so fucking fun. Oh man, it's got to be the. I almost feel like I should check out right there. Uh, what a great ending that was. It's fucking funny. That is so funny. Let me slide over and yeah, pass one more person the numbers. See if they are up. That was so funny. Man, I enjoyed. That was a great show. I was wondering how tonight's episode was going, but sorry, been listening and working. Smiley's Garden, how you doing, man? I just sent you the number, Smiley. If you want to work and talk, just saying, just saying. Oscar Green Jr., how you doing tonight? They're hollering for you, Smiley. They're hollering for you. That's all I'm saying. That is so fucking. That is fucking funny. I did not see that coming. I almost didn't think Breeder Steve had that shit in him, but that was fucking funny. Oh my god, that was so funny. Oh look, I can botch you there. That was fucking funny. I gotta crash her in for morning, but I'm here for a bit. Well, yeah, fucking American one. Yes, please, please. We at least jump in and hang out for a couple of puffs. I'm hoping that'd be pretty cool. There you go, American one. I'd like to at least have a bowl with you if you're interested. You have the numbers in your chat, Lexi. What's up, Lexi? Lex, I love you. Oh man, I gotta roll another one. That was I didn't smoke too much during that one. If you noticed there, some of them I'm try to keep my head a little bit clearer than other nights. That's for sure. Breeder Steve was obviously one of them nights. But all in all, I think that was a great episode, man. What a great episode. I'm completely stoked. That one's definitely going up on the spotlight there on that past interview. Hi. Aldridge 25 still looking for you. Taking me up on that invitation. Gotta grab me some more flour. I've got some trimming and shit I need to be doing tonight too. Oh man, let me find my scissors. Where'd my scissors go? Damn it. Oh, there they are. My chica masas. You got the numbers. I gave them to you, Boom. They're the same 480 numbers, Boom. They should be in the chat between us. They're there. They're there. American one has seen him. Red Setter Farms. How you doing, brother? I hope you guys had a great show tonight. I obviously haven't had a chance to check it out yet, but I plan to. Hopefully you will do the same. Yeah, this episode is definitely going into. Oh, my bad. It is locked, guys. I'm sorry. It is locked. That is totally my bad. If you guys try to jump in, please try to jump in again. There we go. There's the American one. Smiley, hopefully he's jumping in. How you doing, brother?
Yo, buddy.
I can't thank you enough for the help on that episode. That fucking was amazing.
Oh no worries, dude. It's cause Breeder Steve is such a nice guy. That's more than it wasn't really me. It's all him, dude. He really is a down to earth and awesome dude.
Hey, did you see that ending coming? I never fucking seen that ending coming. I listened to a bunch of interviews and I thought, God damn, this could be a tough one, because I kind of, again, we've talked about people with money and, I talked about that last night, how I respect people with money and, whatnot. And obviously from listening to some of these interviews with Breeder Steve, he's definitely obviously got some investment cash laying around or whatnot. So I was kind of curious, you know, on the fucking talking shit aspect, you know, how loose of a person he would be during the conversation. And man, I did not see that shit coming.
He's like his own kind of boss man, you know. I don't think he put himself in positions where, you know, he does what he wants pretty much. But yeah, a lot of people missed it in chat, I think. He said, when you said, can you maybe come back one time? And he's like, if you stop sending me nudes, like, we could talk about it, right? That's what he said?
He said, if you quit sending me dick pics, maybe I'll come back on.
Yeah, I had to back up to try to catch what he said, too. But I couldn't keep going back, so it was muffled pretty good.
So, yeah, try and stop that, Eagle, all right?
That's funny shit, though, man.
Oh,
what's up, Smiley?
I never see that.
How you been, American One?
Always could be better, always could be worse. That's my main answer to that one.
All right.
Yeah, but if it always could be worse, that's always good, man. Always good. How are you doing?
Good, man. My dad would always say, "Almost the best." That was like his response. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm doing great.
Whenever I used to get down, you know, all you got to do is catch an episode of Jerry Springer, and then you just find out how good your life really is, you know?
Yeah. How fucked up would that be to be like the fifth dude to get parental testing and not be the dad, too? Like, you're number 5. Like, holy shit.
Mr. Boom, how you doing, brother? Before you take that fucking nice big hash hit there, how you doing, man?
Doing good. How's chat doing? Everybody having a good time tonight?
I hope so. That was a great episode. I don't know how you can't be not enjoying your night after that shit.
Yeah, dude, he's badass. Now, I didn't catch all of it. Where is he, like, growing all these million plants? Because he was talking about, like, 18-week ones. He can't still be...
He's in Colombia.
Colombia, yeah.
Yep.
That sounded badass, dude. The Wonderland, or the golden ticket, go to Willy Wonka's fucking...
Dude, I'm going to send them them beans. I got a passport.
I got a semi would just knowing that place even exists. Like, what? There's a fucking place like that?
After watching all those Locked Up Abroad shows, I'm nervous to leave the country, though, to be honest.
No, I ain't trying to go to America. I bought a lot of weed with a credit card before. I ain't trying to get that
American one. If you're gonna lock me down in any country, let it be the fucking million seedling fucking field.
Go
ahead, chain me down. I'll work for free, man. What are we getting paid in?
No, I can't make it
million bucks a year.
No, they said I gotta stay. I just gotta stay. I don't know.
That road, that Willy Wonka road, is so resin covered. It's just like a fly trap and shit. You just. Oh shit, we're stuck.
That'd just be badass to see that many plants flowering at once, let alone like that many different genetics. Yeah. And just be able to walk down and look at them all like that and just see the beautiful difference. That'd be so sweet.
Yeah, now that we're talking about it, I have all sorts of questions. How does he harvest that? I mean, it must just be, is it machines? I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, it's all got to be processed, right? So he's not taking any bud from the whole situation. So it just gets combined down and milled together, right? So it's not like, they're not trimming it and saving bud. Yeah. Yeah, no. It's just for distillate. It's not for bud.
So they got them big combines that just fucking mow it down like that?
Yeah, yeah. But down there, he's allowed to grow like 21 personal plants or something, I think the deal is. So, like, that's a fair enough head stash. If you can't get down with 21 separate plants, right? You got problems.
I don't even think it's that, Boom. I think it's 4. I think it's 4 because he was telling me he went outdoors and he got like 10 pounds out of them. Huge.
Yeah, 4 in Canada.
I bet you buy.
He can grow 4 in
Okay.
Canada, but when he's down there in Colombia, I think he's allowed to have 21 in Colombia. Or is it 4 in Colombia? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 4 there too. I think there's more down there than he's allowed.
I thought I heard 12 maybe, but I know, yeah, it was more than 4 though.
Might be 12. Might be
Yeah.
12. Maybe 21's a little high. Maybe I'm a little stoned.
He was saying how
could be both.
I think on a different show, we were just saying how it's different there, and people, like individuals, can do more than 4, like more than Canada. He was pointing out, you know. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think even California, you're allowed to grow 6, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine Colombia has any kind of law unless the Canadian law prevails down there, because I would imagine he'd be able to fucking just smoke what he wanted all over. Dude, they process cocaine down there. What are you talking about? Can't smoke.
Well, I think he was saying too that they got the drug lords out of the government finally. It's like more cleaned up down there, I believe. But I don't know.
Be too crazy for you. I hope you enjoyed the way that I agree right there, JD's. I hope you enjoyed the way I worked your question in there. Did you see his face too? Well, I couldn't resist. I'm sitting there listening to him talk about the dog shit terps. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting there watching Be Too Crazy for You, his question. And there was who was it? There was I want to say it could have been Chivo Man's question. There was 2 of them out there. One of them was like, name his 5 favorite strains, and then the other one was boxers or briefs. And I'm like, I'm that I love, you know, the funny shit like that. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, I like this boxers or briefs fucking thing right here. Then he started in down the dog shit road and how funny it was to you know, stick that under their nose and shit and just lay down that dog shit smell without no warning and shit. I'm like, oh yeah, he's got a sense of humor. He's got a sense of humor. So I lay that fucking boxers a brief fucking, because you know he hasn't heard that shit on no fucking Future Cannabis Project or Aquaponics. You see, he stepped back for a second. He was like, I thought that was fucking funny. And if you notice, it was right after that, he fucking really, you know, kind of laid back and fucking started having a lot more fun with it. I almost wish I'd have fucking asked him something like that right from the get and shit, because he really started to have a lot of fun after that we broke the ice and shit like that. So that was fucking funny. That was funny. So how was you guys' day overall? You guys have a good beginning to your week?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Sure.
Everybody jump in at once.
Sore, slow moving.
Yeah, it's late night now. We've all been smoking pot this whole time. So I guess it was a good day. Hell yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I got tonight off work. Had last night off too. Taking a little short vacation. I've been up since like 5 a.m. today. We went for a trip into the city. I went to buy a 20-gallon bubble now, and the fucking one that I've been eyeing up the last like 5 times I've been there is gone. They go, we literally sold it half an hour ago. Ah, it's always the way, isn't it?
We're on the same mindset. Boom. So
yeah, I got my bubble still made up. I got the bottoms finally cut out of some buckets so I can, you know, set her up to run constantly like that. I've never done it like that. I've always pulled bags. Yeah, I'm excited to give it a shot like that.
What's making you want to step up to the 20?
The wife keeps smoking all my hash, so I got to make more. Takes too long to make it in the 5-gallon machine. At least I can, you know, quadruple that.
That's what I'm thinking too. I'm just like, I don't know. You know how I do the bucket system. And I'm just thinking that'd be like, that's the next step in progression, really, versus trying to hand mix in a fucking 20-gallon tub or something like that. Why not just bite the bullet and go get the machine.
The other thing I was thinking is I could have like 3 or 4 of the 5-gallon machines, right? And then run all them and do a bunch of smalls.
That's way more cleaning.
Exactly
Damn,
it, right? Like now I got to take 3 machines apart and I got to do upkeep on 3 machines. And nah, just upsize, get the big one.
So did I see correctly in my, does the bubble machine, the 20, have a pump? Does it have a pump on top of the drain hose?
Yeah, I
Or
don't
is it
know
just
about that.
gravity?
I think it does. I've been trying to look at videos to see. I don't know. The pump kind of turns me off. I don't like the idea of that. That's going to be hard to clean, right? I don't know. Anybody have a 20-gallon bubble now machine in the chat that can tell us?
They've had to like put some kind of thought into that, you know, that somehow you would think they would have put some kind of thought to that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
So what's the maximum amount of time you're going to be stirring that thing? So the machine, because I've seen some guys are like fucking 30 seconds and they're draining it again, or under 30 seconds. But
Yeah. I'm only a couple minutes in the washing machine at that.
so
But
how hard
it's
is
just
it
like in
to
a
stir
tub.
for a couple minutes? So that's what I'm getting at. I mean, like,
Well, the way I
It's
do
the
it,
vortex of it all. You can't create that.
yeah,
You know, you
and it
can't
goes
do
the other
that for
direction.
fucking. Let's see you do that with a fucking paddle for 2 fucking minutes. You know what I mean? That shit ain't happening.
You'd be ripped like Eagle.
Right.
So, but listen, this is what I
fucking
do. I was
Go ahead.
copying the Frenchy way for when I did it the first time, and almost every time. But now you get lazy, man. I mean, it's like work, dude, doing the bubble. But it's just the product is just so awesome, though, right? But all right, I digress. So the first one, I turn it on for like 3 minutes, no more than 3 minutes, man. That first one, and that's like super duper gold. Like that's the stuff. That's what you're alive for, right there, man. And then the second one, I do like for 5 or 6, and then the third one for 15, and then we got a little. And the first time I tried to do it with all the bags, so I could see where the sweet spot is. But I'm starting to get away from all of that and like doing like 4 bags and then seeing which one's the best and then going down to like 3. So I have like a catch the garbage and then catch 3 layers that I'll keep and separate. And then I start doing the first one is still 3 or less minutes, but then like the second one I go easily for 5, and then the third one I go easily for like 7 to 10, and then usually the fourth one I'm just like, yeah, why bother after that? And then like Eagle has been saying for a while, I threw away that 25 bag a long time ago.
Just ain't worth the time. It just ain't worth the time. Boom uses it though, right? Boom, you still utilize the 25, right?
My 25
Well, you know,
right here.
Yeah, some strains, man, they got
nice.
good there though, Eagle.
Here's
And
the
then,
thing though, is I dumped my 45 into the 25, so I'm bringing the 25 up with, up to the 72 micron, right?
yeah,
So
but
all that,
still, the 25 is just the reason
Not
I hate it. It took forever to drain out, man. No matter how much I play with it, the whole thing is all net, you know, and it still takes forever to drain through that bag. He slaps that ass. Is that motion? Slap that bag?
jerk that bag up in the air, get the resin to float up, and all the water just spills right out of the bottom of the bag. Then your resin
Yeah.
floats down and it stops. Give it another smash.
Yeah, I fuck with that thing.
I'm a
though.
slapper
Even
like
fucking with it,
Mr.
yeah.
Bomb.
I beat the shit out of it. It still takes forever, dude. And I clean my bags between every run with alcohol.
What size bags are you using though? Are you using like 20-gallon bags or 55-gallon bags?
Only 5. There's only 5 gallons. I mean, I'm doing 5 gallon, nice and easy.
You got to be able to pick that shit up though. Get yourself a 45-pound kettlebell. Do some snatches. You'll be good.
I've seen these dudes put
seriously 3 seconds. I can drain a 25 bag.
A shop vac underneath in the bag, and suck it through. I was thinking about doing that once, and I will say, because I use that water, so I keep the cold water running constantly when I'm doing the bubble hash. I just have it on, so that's as cold as it can get. And even in that first garbage bag, I'll put a few ice cubes in there. So as I'm rinsing them through them all, and even sometimes the second one, I'll put a little cube in there, knowing it's going to melt away, so that stays as cold as possible. Oh, fuck, now I forgot. I just squirreled.
I usually take a lawn sprayer, like a 2-gallon lawn sprayer, and pack that with ice and water for my spray, for my rinse, for my bags.
There you go.
So that water is like super, super cold.
I got that kitchen hose from the that you pull out. That's what I use. I just leave that cold water running. So, and then I catch the water in the blue tub and I feed it to my plants. And after I was done with that blue tub, I could feel the resin on the bottom of that blue tub because I ditched the 25 bag. So I know there's something left over in there because that shit was like sticky resin on the bottom of that blue toad.
Bond was talking about starting to see the oil in the water, and I thought, you know what? Right around wash 4 or 5, I start to get that real greasy looking oil puddle water going. That's probably when it's time to stop right there. I do longer washes though. I'll tell you right now, my first wash is probably 10 minutes. And then I'll do like a 15 and then, maybe another 15. And my big problem with hand stirring it is if you're pulling 8 bags, when I first started, you do all 8 bags. I had to have all 8 bags. But pretty quick, it's like, you know what? I want the 73 to the 120 and the 120 to whatever. I don't need a 90 bag and now I need 6 jars. No thanks. 6 different drying areas.
Yeah, what's even worse is some people will separate them in the bags, and then when they go to like work the shit, they'll put it all together.
Put it all back together. Why?
Yeah,
Why
dude,
take it out?
That's another thing. Then I realized that too. If you're gonna end up putting any of them together, you may as well just ditch one of those bags.
Yeah. Save that time. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So, Boom, as a dry sifter, did you like his tip about utilizing the vacuum on the 25 screen? Clean that shit up?
I like that. I did like that idea. And that's something I'd always thought of, but I always thought, well, you're going to be losing so much. I never even thought about throwing a bubble bag on the end of it and doing that. Yeah, that's game changer stuff there. Yeah, I haven't dry sifted in forever. I should give it a shot here. Maybe tomorrow I'll break out some screens and see what I can do, see what I can clean up.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what he was saying there, that you do get a nice richer taste out of dry sift pressed hash than water.
A lot different dry sift to water hash. Yeah, for sure.
It is a lot harsher though, I must say.
The dry sift?
Maybe it's all in my head because like when I hit that lighter to that bubble and I see it bubbling up, oh man, that's just so good. And then actually, it's probably because the resin isn't as good either. Because when I make seeds and I break up, when I'm separating the seeds, I'll do it over a palm box, a dry sift screen basically, and that's the dry sift I'm experiencing. So yeah, it's not the best quality. That's 100% sure.
Yeah, if you're not statically clean, if you statically clean your dry sift, that's why I went to dry sift, right? I was making full melt dry sift my first go, right, with a DVD and parchment paper and statically cleaning, and it was, it was meltier than anything I could buy by far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome, right?
Yeah, I like the fresh frozen better, but it's a lot. What can I say about dry sift? It's a lot less work, I guess. Maybe work's not the thing. Maybe it's a lot more work, but a lot less cleaning and a lot less time. Like to really, really clean some dry sift, you got to sit there for a minute and, really be diligent about this is where the clean goes. This is where the dirty goes. Get everything out of the way, clean the screens up a little. It's not as hard as cleaning up like a a bubble bag, for instance, right, that's greased up. That takes some time. Cleaning up your dry sift, just give it a brush, get your contaminant out. But,
Right.
you know, you really got to go through it 2 or 3 times to really get it super, super clean. Whereas with, you know, fresh frozen, you can just get full melt pretty easy. But you're going to spend 8 hours doing it.
All right, you know what, boys? I got to split. I gotta get up tomorrow morning at some point. But Eagle, it was an awesome show, man. Great questions, great interview. Awesome, dude.
Thank you for your help on landing that, brother. For real. Wouldn't have
Like
happened
I'm saying,
your,
dude, I put it all on Rita Steve. He's such an awesome dude. He really is. It's unbelievable. Cause here's a short, long story. I was on Twitter like a long ass time ago, and I hit him up out of the blue. He didn't know me or nothing, but like I knew a couple of things, so I asked him about a couple of things, and he told me the truth about it, all the shit, you know. And he responded right away, and he had that goal. He had the vision of having fields of marijuana, like, you know, corn, for the longest time. He wanted it to be like getting a corn, basically. That's his vision of marijuana. To have it as accessible and as cheap as getting corn. So he's doing it, man. He's doing it, you know. He's awesome. But yeah, excellent. And I'll catch you guys later.
Take it easy.
Thank you, man. You have a great day.
All right,
Catch you
man.
later,
Peace
man.
out.
I appreciate you landing that too. That was awesome. Yeah.
Well, I'm telling you,
man.
I'm not afraid. I'm gonna start hassling even bigger names. I mean, not, you know, we don't need names, but you know, we want to see Eagle with the like, yeah. I want people to look at Eagle like the Joe Rogan of the cannabis podcast. That's the goal. Bigger than Joe.
I appreciate your
out.
help, man. Have a good night, man. What up, guys? You guys ready to do some puffing down or what, man? I am seriously. I haven't smoked. I didn't smoke. I barely puffed through that interview so I could try to, you know, be on my P's and Q's. So I'm ready to fucking get high. I'm packing this joint full of some hash, a little bit of fucking this fucking shatter I got right here. I'm tripling up on this bitch and celebrating.
Yeah, man, that's some huge lineups there. Kevin Jodry to Breer Steve. Pretty badass.
Mr. Soul.
Pretty good weekend.
Med Grower, Pedro, Lost Leaf, getting some good gets for sure. Peter Griffin asked in the chat there, he wants to know which yields better, dry sift or bubble hash. I think I can get more good quality out of bubble hash than I can get out of dry sift. Dry sift hits a point where you're going to stop getting good quality and it's just going to be keef, right? And there's nothing you can do. You can kind of clean up your bubble hash a little better with some water forced through, would be my opinion.
That's fucking, you're awesome, Boom. I want to tell you that. That's like one of those fucking those pictures you have to look at for a second until it focuses. You know what I mean? One of the dot pictures. Because I've seen that name a couple of times tonight. And all I've actually seen the first time was like P3 fucking 3R. I didn't fucking see Peter Griffin until you fucking said it. And then once you said it, I was like, bam, there it is. I can see the picture.
Plate, eh?
I just had to stand over here to look at it.
It totally came into focus once he said it. It was like, oh, fuck, that is what it says.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie. I had to sit there and look at it for a minute to see, okay, if I'm going to address this guy's question, I got to know his name. Oh, it's Peter Griffin. I got you.
Testes. Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh, man.
So I smoked one of these. I said I was at the hydro store today, so I figured I'd look for a bigger paper. There's my old cut corners, and there's the new paper. So we rolled up. Is that what you have too, Smiley? See, I knew I picked a good one. Yeah, there you go. Hemp? Is it a what? Original hemp? Organic hemp?
How you guys liking them? I thought they were a little rough, but they weren't bad. But they were trying to practically give them fuckers away up here by me. I don't know if it was just like a promotional type thing because they were like 50 cents a pack there for a while. And I'm like, I was stocking up and using them till they were out anyway. I was like, man, what the fuck's wrong with these papers? 50 cents a pack? Are you guys retarded? But what do you guys think of them? Is this your first run with them?
I got a case of them. So
Nice. Well, you can't have many Egyptians then.
Yeah, I like Jack and Green.
Right. That's funny. Am I the only one that's seen that though? I mean, as soon as he came through, I seen it, but didn't want to really say anything. But I'm glad he had a sense of humor about that shit because that should be his Halloween costume. There's nothing else. After seeing that, there's nothing else. If I were Jack, that I would go as Halloween.
I asked him that. He said no. He thinks it's funny.
What's that? I missed it. What's happening?
Oh, looking like the zigzag guy.
Oh, Jack. Okay. Yeah.
I was cracking jokes about it, and then I was like, I don't want to offend him. And he's like, no, it's funny, man. So
he's not on that pack. There he is.
I thought it was Dead Ringer.
I think
he could definitely fucking.
Oh yeah, he could pull it off
for sure.
In fact, I think I would do that to the next cup. I think I would try to pull that off at the next cup. You know what I mean? Just get you a Friars outfit.
You'd have to, yeah, man. Like that'd be like legend costume of legend right there. Nobody's been the zigzag, man, that I've ever known.
Oh no, that would be priceless right there. I think everybody would enjoy that shit.
He's gonna watch it back too and be like, oh. I don't know if he's still in chat or not. That's funny though.
So, I really was watching that on, and it made me feel so much better. I was watching the Future Cannabis Project today, Breeder Steve's interview there, and I can't believe it. Who was it? God damn it! I want to say it was JD's. Well, first of all, I'm watching the Future Future Cannabis Project. His interview with that, and then I noticed that Peter, the host there, that the Zoom problem happened to him, where he fell out and came back. The other guy took over for a minute. That happened twice during that interview. I was like, thank God it isn't just me that has these fucking technical fuck ups. It did it as you know, somebody does this. It made me feel so much better that I'm not the only one that struggled like that. And then I could see it start happening. I could see my screen start going, and I'm thinking, oh fuck, here it comes. And you guys in chat seen it coming too. You guys are getting to be veterans of this shit.
Yeah, we saw.
I see you guys start to talk about it.
Steve's got a little bit of a wobble. And then it was good for about 3 or 4 minutes. And then all of a sudden you sat up a little bit taller and stayed sitting up, and we're like, I think he's frozen. Fuck. For a sec, I was about to type. I was like, no, look at the plants. Are the plants moving? Plants weren't moving. Froze.
When I sat up like that, I seen it coming and I was grabbing for my phone because I'm smart enough now. I keep the Zoom right here with the numbers just ready to hit. Boom. So I can hurry up and join the meeting. But yeah, I didn't tell him about that. As soon as I read fucking JD's comment, did anybody go over the emergency procedure with Steve? And then it fucking went, I went, as soon as I read it. As soon as I read that statement is when it dropped off on my end. I was like, man, that's funny how they seen that shit coming. It did make me feel good though to see that. I don't like to see anybody else suffer. But like I said, it was nice to know that I'm not the only one that has problems.
It was probably the best time spot for the failure, honestly. Because all he really did was like he showed his jar and he was like showing it off. So you didn't get to see it, but we still all got to see it. And then when you came back in, he was still holding it up. So you didn't even really miss anything. He asked if you were still there, and you weren't, and then you were. But it wasn't like he was in the middle of being asked a question and dropped off, right? Like, it was the perfect spot for it to fail. Not that you had anything to do with it. It was just kind of lucky how it came out like that.
I seen that in chat too. You guys go perfect timing right back. I'm like, that's funny. Wouldn't be live without a mistake or two, I guess. Without a fucking talking with the mic off or some shit like that. I think it's funny too when the guest tells me that too. Eagle, I think you're muted. Smiley does it to me all the time. I think you're muted.
That shit will happen to you all the time. Sometimes I go back and forth from using the space bar to unmute myself, and then you'll get talking with your hand because you're not holding down the space bar.
Where I get with the space bar thing is that works if you're not doing anything with your computer though. But I'm like, my mouse is all over. So as soon as I click on another window, that voids the space bar thing.
Yeah,
so
same.
Now I got to go back to the microphone and all that good shit. That's a lot of times.
I'll be typing in YouTube and someone will ask me a question and it's like, fuck, I can't get back.
But, so it's been a minute since we checked in with you, Boom. How's the garden?
Yeah, we're plugging along. We're right around flip time. We were waiting around for a shipment of cloning supplies that wasn't coming, so we just did them the old-fashioned way with some root riot plugs. So as soon as I see roots, I'm going to stick them in the other room and flip them. But yeah, we're right there. Everything's looking pretty healthy. My little space bomb that is plugging along. You know, it's small and runted, but at least I'll get to take a look at it, right? See what it smells like, all that good stuff.
Give her a name.
Space Boom, of course. Bomb. Come on.
Space Boom. I guess that's a fucking dumb question.
Yeah, 1 out of 10. I'll take it.
Right. So, Smiley, did you get your soil all mixed up?
Yeah, man, I'm sore as shit though. All blistered, burned up. Rethinking that whole process. I don't know. It's done though. It's good. It's one of them things you got to.
So, are you re-amending your soil, or is this a new batch?
No, it was a whole new batch. It was a number 5 recipe now. So, but yeah, I really like how it's coming out, and we'll see. Just got it wet. It's coming alive. We're planting in it here soon. So it'll be exciting. But yeah, I'm going to number 15s instead of number 10s. So I don't know. I'm kind of calculating it out. I think now I'll have enough soil all together. I may have to break some pots apart to make it work or whatever, but I don't know. So hopefully I don't have to mix more.
Did you get all your outdoors squared away, Boom? You got your autos out?
Yeah, everything's in the ground.
Yep. What'd you go with?
Lemon Drop, Auto Jack, and Northern Hog, I think, which is like an Afghani Haze OG thing, I think. I'm not sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
You guys hold her down for a second, go out piss?
Yeah, sure. I got questions for Smiley as it just so happens.
Yeah.
So what's this malted barley flour stuff, and where do I get it in bottles?
In bottles? Yeah. I don't know, man. Actually, nobody makes it in bottles because I don't think it's.
No, I'm kidding, of course.
Stable,
so what are you doing? Are you mixing that right into your super soil, or are you using that for a tea?
You can do it either way. So originally I was starting out by putting it. I use Like I use ladies thigh high nylons because it just seems to be a pretty good mesh to keep it in there.
Just for a brewer, eh?
Yeah, the burlap's too big of a hole, so it like plugs up my pump and all that shit. So the ladies nylon seems to work pretty good. So, and they're cheap. You can throw them away or whatever. But yeah, so I would bubble it under 2 hours. I mean, you don't really want to go long with them, but you grind it up, throw it in the nylon, drop it in the water, and yeah, bubble it for a little bit, and then you add just a touch of fulvic acid to it, and then you could water it in. Some guys foliar. I never foliered with it, but some guys do, and then or just yeah. Lately, I've been doing what I mean. Clackamas Coop kind of evolved to himself was I don't know. He was not physically as able to do it, I guess. So he just went to sprinkling it on the pots, and he was finding it worked just as good. So I've been doing that as well. So I don't know. That's just kind of sprinkling it on the top of the pot and then watering it in, and it disappears pretty quick, and it's badass.
How often are you hitting it with the, you know, is this a once a week thing or a certain time?
I do it twice in flour, but yeah, I mean, there's guys that do it once a week or whatever, but I don't know how often you would really need to. And I don't do a ton either. I mean, even sprinkling it on, it's like a quarter cup, which is like, I don't know, tablespoons, excuse me, 2 tablespoons or something,
Yeah.
2 or 3, something like that. I got a little
Yeah.
cup thing that I don't know, it's like a scoop and then it just sprinkles really easy and it's, you know, it's quick. But I think it would work in the hydro stuff too. So
Yeah, I used to mix in worm castings with my cocoa, but I got away from it. I still got to work on that worm bin to source some northern worms, apparently.
yeah. But as far as an enzyme goes, it would really kick ass, and I don't think it would matter being in cocoa either. So I don't know. I think you could sprinkle it on, or you could bubble it and water it in if you wanted. Whatever, either way.
Mr.
Badass.
Grokashi joining us.
Yeah.
Grokoshi. I say it wrong. That's another name I fuck up there. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to interrupt.
Koski, isn't it? Grokoski?
Koski?
Yeah. I'll have to ask him.
It doesn't look right. I mean, I'm telling you, yeah, it doesn't look right. It's his last name. It's just, I don't know. It looks like it, Koshi to me. But I'm sorry I keep messing it up. Welcome, brother. How you doing tonight?
He's still connecting to audio. Give him a minute. He'll get to us. $420 thinks it would clog the pump for air stones. I could see that, but if it was something you were just going to top dress the cocoa with once or twice in flour, I don't think it would be, you'd avoid that problem pretty quick.
Yeah, and it's an enzyme pack, and that's what a lot of people focus on. But it's also a hormone too, and it's a lot of stimulating the. So like in flour, when I use it, it's more trying to get the plant to shift into the bud sac quicker, because it's a high dose of cytokinin, which is like the hormone that I don't know. It's the reproductive hormone, I guess, is the best way to put it, or one of the reproductive hormones.
Just trying to bring up chat on my phone real quick.
If somebody's got to try it, let me know. Let me know if I can recommend it. I have a buddy that's willing to do it, but he runs a deep water culture, and I don't dare that because you're still bubbling it. And I think it would brew inside there, so I don't know that it would be the best. maybe a short time, like the whole under an hour thing, and then switch it back to like you're switching buckets or something. I don't know. Yeah. Either way, it sounds like a shitload of work. Pain in the ass. But I think it would work in cocoa.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely in cocoa.
Welcome, brother. I believe your mic's working now, right?
Yeah, my shit was all messed up before, bro. What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, man.
Good. How you doing?
Good, but test out some Bora. About 10 days dried. I can't wait anymore. It's stinking out my whole face. I want to just fucking, it's all dry. I want to roll this shit up right now and smoke it. It's not cured, but boy, does it look good and smell fucking unbelievable. So
That's funny.
stock this shit right now.
So it's Grokoski, right? Is that...
Yeah, it's Grokoski, yeah. Good old Irish last name. No, I'm just kidding. Polish. But, yeah, it's Grokoski. Grokoski's that shit you use Sunday mornings.
That's funny.
Eagle won't change it though. He's like, you know what? I'm keeping it like that, dude. Okay.
It's good shit, man. Grokashi's good shit.
It is good shit, man. I mean, like the story I told last night with the as far as Subcool calling me that shit for about a year and a half, dude. I'm like, there's a fucking K right there, bro. You can't call me Grokoski, no. It's okay. Fuck it. It's cool. I was having a good time though. It's always a good time. So just don't call me late for dinner, bro. I'm always hungry.
Well, for me, it's just, I don't know what my brain thinks there just should be another C there before the ski, but it's your last name. I'm not going to tell you how it should be pronounced or spelled. I'm the idiot in this case. So all I can promise in the future, I will do my best to try to correct myself before I say it.
It's all good.
Out of respect for you.
Thanks. But it's all good. It's okay.
That's a cool guy right there. When you goes, yeah, you fuck up my name. It's all good. Yeah, you're cool.
Just don't call me late for dinner, bro. That's all I'm saying, That's it. I don't give a fuck. You call me asshole, whatever you want to call me. I don't give a shit. Masshole. Fucking whatever. Oh man, this tastes really good. Wow. I just realized I'm smoking the good shit now. This is wow.
What one is it?
It's strain I crossed called Bora. It's a Burgundy Baboon with mixed with Mickey Dora, which is Malibu Pie from Vader, and Leroy from 7 Leaf Genetics. So it's like super fucking potent, just very, very super GG4, like sticks to your palate. It's really nice. And it's not even, it literally just got done drying today, like been staying steady at 60. I'll give it one more day anyways, but I'll trim the rest of it out tomorrow. And but I just want to take some buds off. And I'm like, Jesus, this tastes good. Good shit.
That's kind of how I judge if it's done or not. I usually rob a few buds off, roll smokes, and if it's like even in the fact that you're breaking it up, you can tell real quick if it's ready or if it's not.
It's ready. It's ready. It needs to be cured a little bit, but wow. Fucking tasty.
The freshies get you coughing a little bit though. That's for the cure right there, audience. It'll be a lot smoother.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it's only 10 days. I think today will be day 11, just being dried at 60% humidity. I had to throw my AC in last week so that way it can at least somewhat battle the heat against the house on the side of the house from like probably noontime until it gets dark. It's just beaming sun, so it's like fuck. Gets a little warm. Really tasty though.
So they say a picture can tell 1,000 words or say 1,000 words, and I hope this does. But I don't clone using cubes. That's the only hint or what I'll say about the What do we got? Oh, right there.
I'll clone fucking using whatever, man. I'll
see what I'm getting at here?
Yep.
I don't use them for cloning. I don't use them for cloning.
Seeds.
So they must be out. Yeah. Must be a hunt going on.
I like those for seeds too. I definitely like those. That's my preferred method for popping seeds. I hate fucking around with a paper towel. I never have good success when I go to the paper towel. They always don't go long enough and they're too wet, or they fucking go too long and now they're growing into the paper towel. I way prefer just sticking them in a root riot cube and letting them come up.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%.
They come up without the seed on them, you know, the little membrane thing comes up when it flips open. It's so much better than fucking around with tweezers and all that shit.
Yeah. I'm just Dutch, so I buy the generic ones.
Yeah, me too. I'll say 7 more different fucking brand names. I'm not that brand loyal to them. You know, the Root Rides or the Cocoa Cubes or the Jiffy. The only thing I don't like the Jiffy Pucks. The Jiffy Pucks suck.
Yeah, those Pete everywhere. Fucking, yeah.
Yeah, the expanding ones, those are bullshit.
I think there's dry pockets in them, honestly, bro. I feel as if like you could wet them and have them expand, but if they're not, like, say if you had them around for a while, I feel as if like they might not even fucking expand for you. You know, they might expand and then you'd be like, oh, look at that, and you gotta put your seed in there. It's like, why the fuck is like the Sahara Desert inside this thing? Oh, you know, it's all wet on the outside, but not on the inside. You know, and then if you get too wet, it's like fucking mush and mud. Like, what the hell is this shit? And your seed never pops because it just like sucks. You know what I mean? They're a little bit tricky. You know, I mean, I have used them in the past and I have had them work out, but I've also used them for like a deep water culture thing. Don't ever fucking do that, man. That sucked. They went, you know, when the root system started to actually develop through those little peat pucks or whatever, fucking clogged my pump up. Wasn't using the screen at the time. That sucked. I was like, damn, man, that's shitty, but I mean, it's more than one way to skin a cat, right? Whoever made that statement up is kind of fucked up, but I mean, hey, you know, still. Root riots are awesome.
Yep, I'm gonna throw down some of this pine down tar kush. That's what I've got the cubes out for right tonight, anyway.
Who's the fine tar kush by?
Pirates of the Emerald Triangle.
Ooh,
That's what I'm guessing.
nice.
Yeah, Psychedelic Warlock was nice enough to send some beans.
Oh, nice.
He actually sent a little care package of shit. He said, pick what you want out of there and fucking give the rest away on the show. I said, cool fucking dude. I will. So I actually, Pat, you know, we got some blackberry cookie F3s. These are by High Water Genetics. And then some lemon alien times blue dream. Some candy shop. Some looks like blue cheese times yonky or yonk, something like that. Super blue cookie times yonk or yoink. This just says Diamond Jubilee. Doesn't say the genetics in it. And some Starfighter feminized. And then this one here, I want to pop this one just because I like the fucking.
Yeah.
And then
this one I'm gonna actually pop this one because I like the logo. They got me with the fucking Indian skull right there. Kind of digging it. This one's called Prairie Fire. It's Golden Goat times Deer Creek #1.
Oh yeah.
So I think
the Golden Goat's Irie genetics. I know that. From Ross to Jeff.
So that one kind of struck.
Yeah,
I may throw that one down.
A Golden Goat from Ross to Jeff.
Yeah.
Actually.
Excuse me.
So that's good one. Half of it's good for sure. You know what I mean? One side of it's definitely good.
Yeah, the Starfighter, that's interesting too. I see lots of goodness about that fighter, rather.
So there's some more on the giveaway, pack thing.
There's auto seeds, man. Peter Griffin, I don't know. I would look places like that are known for doing them. Would be my guess. Off the top of my head, it would be like that Mandalorian or there's another dude right here.
I'm pretty sure you approach
Oh,
any breeder, Manifesto, or any of them, and tell them you're interested in a 100-pack. They'll give you a discount.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna work some numbers for you.
If you're looking for like a bank to go to, though, I mean, that kind of depends on where you are. The bank I use, I wouldn't recommend for a guy in, New York. He should probably use something closer to New York, right? I'm going to use what's kind of closer to me. I don't want to be waiting for shit to get here from Spain. That sucks. I want to get, if there's a guy that's got the same stuff I'm going to buy from the guy in Spain, I'll get it from the guy that's got it in Vancouver,
So it's a lot easier to pass through the States when it's in the States already, you know. When it has to get through customs, it's it could be a waiting game. It could be, oh shit, they didn't package it correctly, and now they're busting open shit just because.
Yeah.
It's just there's so many different types of laws when you cross the little borders and shit.
I don't like to take the chance. Exactly.
No,
right?
exactly. You're paying money for it, man. It's like no returns. It's like, oh, great. So you could or could not send my seeds correctly, and now I don't get them. Fuck, that's not a good thing.
Well, that whole radiation thing too, like customs is fucked up.
Yeah, someone, I think it's Major General was doing that, but I don't know. I know I've seen some stuff.
But
the Major General had good things to say about that. And another thing that I've kind of took note to is against the radiation thing, a couple of layers of Mylar should greatly help, during that ship. So I'm thinking, maybe one of these packs that have the Mylar lining, maybe then again one more with wrapped, make it.
Yeah. This came in cardboard, so that didn't help. That's all I'm saying, right? Like maybe that Mylar shit's the game changer, but for sure the pack that came in cardboard across the border had a tougher time than shit that I've bought from Canada.
Damn. See, I would get mine in like CD cases inside of them. You know what I mean? Like they're inside of a CD case that was all like packaged up. So I don't know, it was like inside of a fucking bubble wrap bag and shit. Worked pretty good.
Yeah, most of mine just comes in like the small,
little fucking
vanilla folder with the bubble wrap in it, and everything always came with breeder packaging. Like, I've got everything I've ever ran, the packaging for it in a box somewhere, so I can go through it and I grew this and this and this. Be a real nerd.
I do it too.
Yeah, and then I've got all the stuff that I've still got, obviously, right?
Right.
I'm gonna crack all the seeds. I'll always save like 3 or 4 in each one of them too.
Yeah.
So if I want to, I can try to go back to that or fish it out. I don't know.
I'm usually a run the pack kind of a guy, and whatever I don't fill out, then I'll like grab 2 or 3 out of something and just get one look at it. This run's pretty much all a new look though, so that'll be fun when it comes time to start doing the work, and I gotta have 8 different jars. Fuck, should have just grown one thing.
Yeah, that's when this is all going to come to a mess right here. It's come hunt time. You know what I mean? I've got, 7 right now. 7 new, with kind of talking in code here. You know what I mean? Got 7 going right now.
3.
And,
3, yeah.
Then you got to take numbers of them in case they're keepers. So it can get a little congested, until you get to that narrow down, where you find that one and kill off the rest. So it's good. I can see it being a little hectic here in a minute.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. I'll work through it. That's all I'm saying.
I start making decisions early, and if history's taught me anything, it's when I've decided that fuck that plan, it dies. That's probably the one that I wanted.
Yeah. It's always that one.
It always fucking happens. I had 2 fucking plants, and I was like, they're both pretty similar. I think I like this one better. I'm not gonna hold on and wait another fucking 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Fuck it can go. Blew it.
I've always had a problem with like killing a perfectly good plant, female, male, fucking stunted, not stunted. I mean, it looks like fucking shit. Yeah, I'm throwing it, bro. If it caused me nothing but problems, like goodbye. But like, yeah, I still have a problem with just putting it out. I'll put it outside. I might use you. I'll put it in way too small of a fucking pot, and I'll put it outside. And the next thing you know, it dries out, and it's like, oh, I come home, and I'm like, no, you know what I mean? I was there babying one tonight, and all of a sudden it was like, boom, got pistols, and I'm like, I thought that shit was a male. I left it out there for like a week. Now it's a female. It's like fucking probably 3.5, 4 feet tall. I'm like, oh, it's that time already. I guess I'm gonna put you in a bigger pot, and then we're gonna see what happens now. Okay. And that's why you don't. That's why I have a problem throwing them away. You know what I mean? Even my males, I have 3 males outside. They're so in bad shape, but I can't throw them away. Dude, they're so pretty. I'm like, you guys want a male? They're like, fuck no, I don't want no males. I'm like, dude, all right.
No,
guys. Like,
you can't give away a male. No one.
Yeah, no, dude. It's so short and beautiful, and it's full. It already has a good smell to it. You know what I mean? Like you walking around, you're like, wow, veg, you can smell it. It's not just like bland. You know what I mean? It's actually like, damn, it's got some kind of a little smell. Like, ooh. No, it's not flowering. It's got to be you. It's kind of take a liking to those things, man. Even though it's hard, it's like I have no room right now at all, or no intentions of having a male around. But I still, you know what I mean? Probably bury it, I guess. Right, maybe tomorrow. Or not. I don't know, man.
No, those are the times where it's important to know that you're going to stay in your lane and that you just want to do what you do. And
yeah, it reconnects you.
Up.
Yep, yeah. Exactly. I always just put them outside, and I'm like, you know what? I'll fucking cut you off tomorrow and fucking, compost you. Sorry.
You say no one wants the males, but that's not true. My worms really love them.
Right. Compost the shit. Throw in a worm bin, dude. Just fucking, there you go, buddy.
Smiley, was it me and you that were talking one night about, the best way to collect pollen from a male? For storage.
Somebody was talking about it. I don't remember. Evolve was talking about it.
I really appreciate it. I bring it up because we're talking about males, and breeder Steven mentioned it tonight, how he was when he had a male that he caught his eye but couldn't necessarily keep it for a long run. He said he was taking male flowers. He would put some parchment paper in the bottom of a box, some cheesecloth, and then he would lay the male flowers in there and kind of let them dry out, and then pull out the cheesecloth and kind of shake the pollen into the box, and was catching it and preserving it like that.
Right.
I thought that was a pretty cool way to catch and preserve some pollen. But I thought for some reason I thought me and you were discussing that one night because you were thinking about maybe breeding at one point. Just brushing a few branches and experimenting a little bit.
Right, and somebody was saying, like, I thought I had heard, like, you mix it with flour to keep the pollen from getting wet, and then you don't need much of it anyway, so, like, even just mixing a little bit of flour with it keeps it dry, and then as you sprinkle it, it still pollinates. It's not diminishing it, I guess.
Yeah, the flour works as a desiccant to keep it viable, right? Keeps the moisture out of it.
I've never done it, so
No, me either. I've definitely had a male you know, start to flower, and I cut it down and put it in a garbage can outside, and then I opened that garbage can a week later, and that male was easily like a foot taller. Like it kept growing after it was cut down. It was, you know, it was still going for it. It was wild. Sometimes the males just fucking, you know, you got to make sure they're killed when you kill them.
Yep.
I thought another thing was pretty interesting too that I never really thought about was him talking about creating multiple male strains to see which one was best for later on. You know what I mean? He was actually talking about taking one branch and pollinating it with one certain male, then taking another branch and pollinating it with a slightly different male, and working those lines to see, you know, which male he might want to work with later on, which one had the better traits of the two males he was considering. I thought that was a pretty interesting route in his selection process.
Yeah, he was talking about how he did his, you know, his, I think it was S1s or S2s and S3s at the same time. So he would take the S2 mother and cross it to the S3, or cross the S3 male back to it.
Oh, that's a section of the video I'm sure we're all going to go back and watch
That's the
about
one.
like 3
That's
times.
the one I want. He's talking about no work weed. Ooh, I'm into that. That's the only part I don't like is the end part.
Yeah, right when he started mentioning stuff that was like super good for molds and shit like that, when he was saying earlier, I was like, oh,
it's stuff with no
like
pistils on it. That's the sexy one. Have you seen those
crazy.
buds that he posted, the no pistol buds?
I missed that part.
And that's nice. Yeah.
Those are interesting colors, though. You know, the pistols, the reds and orange. I always think them are nice colors added to a bud. But it just seems to me I'm gonna have to go back and look at them pictures. It's hard for me to really kind of picture, you know.
But just think of it. Think about making hash, and you got a bunch of pistols that you're washing versus making hash, and there's no pistols in there. That's one less contaminant that you got to keep out of your hash. That's super appealing to me. I really like the idea of that. You know, even especially for dry sift, because you know that's the stuff that you're not getting that out once it's in there, right? That's what we were saying about how much dry sift can you make. Dry sift's going to get to the end of the working point real quick. Like you can keep working it, but you know your quality is going to be hard to come by at a certain point.
Smiling, what you smiling about?
Shit, I'm
trying to read chat, dude. They're cracking me up.
Yeah, I threw a little tidbit right there. It's pretty much what you guys said right there. You know, the flour and shit you can store in the refrigerator afterwards and stuff for the pollen. It's hard to catch it. You know what I mean? Like he has a method in how to do it, but like I've seen people actually let them go out on the plant when they actually drop pollen, but you don't have a fan in there and you kind of time it correctly. But I feel as if that's probably more experience with different strains that you've done this before with. You know what I mean? Because all it takes is you to fucking mess up one little thing with a little bit of pollen. You got a garden already, and you don't want to pollinate that garden. You know what I mean? You're trying to mess around with this thing. You gotta make sure your clothes are clean and fucking. You know, I know somebody in the community right now that just actually had a person that she was doing a breeding project, and she was capturing pollen off a male, and her pet was in the room. Well, she allows the pet to go into her grow room. So now the pet was also in the same fucking area as she was when she was doing the breeding project. So like she was catching pollen or whatever else. Probably got on the cat on her clothes. Cat went in, rubbed a bunch of fucking plants, boom, the whole thing got seeded. Like, oh shit. So, little things like that, you know what I mean? If you want to fuck around with males, it gets you'll be in for it, you know what you're in for. Fun though.
Yeah, or you get them the next round when you didn't plan on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
That's where it sucks, even having like, you know, like where you get like 3 or 4 per quarter, so it's not like a ton where you're not catching it right away, but still
right. Right. Cannabis, man.
I'm getting into the happy part of this joint where the good bud, the fucking shatter, and the hash are all blending into one right now. It's hitting me pretty good. I'm happy. I'm digging it right now.
Sweet.
That's cool.
I'll just spark up another blunt of some big Haze Kush. Good shit, man. 70 genetics. Good stuff.
I was coming up on 320. I'll smoke one and probably gonna crash out after that.
No worries. Been a long day. Boom's got his lunchbox.
Yeah. I was a little lost in chat. I thought the comments about the squirrel and the nuts were about the question where we all store our seeds. But, is that your stolen lighter lunchbox?
No, man, we're well stocked here. I'm not a prepper, but you know, I got lots of the shit I use around because I use lots of the shit I use. I'm not a very heavy smoker, just 2-3 lighters a day.
Just a little one.
There you go.
Is that a stack of papers right there next to it?
Yeah, a whole stack of papers in there, different flavored ones and stuff. You know, we got the whole rainbow in there. Everything from bacon to chocolate milk.
Flavored.
Mine don't count. Mine's
Yeah, I
not
know, we
lunchbox, but this is my carry.
I don't go after the flavored. The wife likes them for a roach joint. I don't go.
My girl's the one that always gets the flavored ones.
Yeah,
Until I
same.
showed her, until I showed her that Ash was fucking yellow on one.
It's usually a game changer for me. Whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's like, look at that. It's like burning yellow, the paper.
It's chemical shit right there.
Yeah.
Actually, Smiley's actually. I was carrying this the night fucking I met Smiley, so this isn't no bullshit. This is actually my. I don't have a lunchbox, but this is my travel tray right here. It's a fucking cash box. I used to carry the fucking top in it and shit because it made a nice travel rolling tray. But then it got to be like too many things in here, like boom, a little torch, a little dab rig. Yeah, there you go. That's pencil box. That was the one before this one. I was carrying one of them too.
Something
They're
fucking
perfectly
simple,
legal.
Right.
Yeah, they're legal. That's all you need.
I have a couple
What's the
smell-proof
Warlock
bags.
box? They don't carry much though. You know what I mean? You can carry much in one of them smell proof.
It's just an old cigar box.
Yeah, that's it, man. Go to Brennan's around my area. You call it Brennan Smoke Shop. They sell them for $2 because they get them all in. They put them in the humidor, their own little boxes, and own little displays, and charge more money for them. So, they just give away these boxes, and they're like, "Yeah, you want one?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I want one." Like, give me 5, all different sizes. Fuck yeah, dude. You know what I mean? $10 cost me fucking 5 boxes. Fuck yeah. Make one a Keef box, dude. Little silk screen in there with a mirror on it, shaking around some bud. You know what I mean? Fuck yeah. It's cool. Multi-use for sure.
Man, this joint's still tasting good. Still tasting. This is like that after work doobie right here. Because I didn't smoke, like I said, I didn't really smoke during Breeder Steve. I wanted to be a little bit on point. So this is that after work joint right here. You know what I mean? I'm still going, that's a fucking good day right there. You know what I mean?
It was a good episode, man.
Yeah.
Good job. Oh yeah. You got a bunch of bangers, man. Back to back to back to back, man. All good episodes. Good fucking good. You're a good host, and you put out good information. You ask good questions, so it makes you want to talk. I was just here yesterday doing the same shit, man. It's good vibes, so makes you feel comfortable, and That's why Rita Steve was like, "Stop sending me dick pics, bro." You know what I mean? And that was
so fucking funny.
I fucking lost my shit, man. I was sitting behind there going, "Wow, dude." I thought I had to rewind it and go, "He said that out of nowhere." It was like, "Damn," you know, there's still switch. I was like, "Fucking guys."
Yeah, I did not see it coming, man.
Oh,
That
dude,
was,
left field.
Oh man, it is so hard to get a fucking genuine gut laugh out of me like that. And that came right out of left field, man. That was great. I needed that. That was fucking awesome, man.
That's cool, man. He, just shows he felt comfortable with the whole, it's around, with fucking questions and everything like that. It's awesome. Good job.
Low key tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to that one. I think he's going to be a pretty fun interview too. Loki Grove.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah. From GML.
Yep.
Fucking awesome, bro.
DRWC, I guess.
He's a real motherfucker right there. That guy's he's a good dude. I like his system.
He's badass.
Yeah, he's got a cool little box he sells and shit, dude. Yeah, he's real though. He'll be fucking pretty blunt with you. Pretty fucking awesome. I like people like that because that's pretty much how this whole everything around me is. Everyone's like, "Fuck you." It's like, "Yeah, you know what? All right, thumbs up."
I don't even grow anywhere near like he's 180 opposite the way I grow, but I got a lot of respect for him because fucking tight, man. And
dude hits on point for sure.
Right, so
yeah, I like his systems, the way they use the tables and stuff he was doing. Make his own like deep water culture, which is fucking super smart. I was like, wow, that's fucking pretty ingenious, Yeah, but he does a lot of different things, and I appreciate the way that he grows for sure.
Like you say, he's super smart, man. Like he knows a lot of shit about lighting too. And
yep.
That kind of blew me away. That like, I mean, I know him and Steven have always been on the show, but like they talk off the show about fucking putting the lights together and shit like that.
Because he's the type of person that he wants what he wants. You know what I mean? And he'll fucking voice his opinion to show you what he's talking about and give you the validation of what this is what I mean, bro. Fucking bam, boom, boom, boom. Get it? He's like, yeah, all right. So it's a collaboration with all of them over there. Honestly, it's a good genre for the lighting company for sure. With the way that everybody grows and different aspects and different views, And I appreciate it. It's fucking these lights are badass. I have a 288. I've been using HLG type products for a long time, but I have a 65. Good shit, dude. Good lights. So look forward to tomorrow's conversation.
Yeah, no, it was GML that kind of got me going on it too, and he did that side by side, and it was shortly after I got a version 1 and kind of did my own side by side, and ever since then I've been just like, that's the way. Like, yeah, I just knew right then it was like this
shit. You went up.
Only going to get better, and it has only gotten better, and it was like already then it was like 5 years ago kicking ass with it.
Definitely say that it's only been getting better with that company. They're fucking constantly sold out. Like they'll drop 1,000 fucking on the site. Gone. It's like Jesus. It was 25 minutes at one point. I'm like, dude, I got like 288 in. I needed like a few of them. The aspects. Fucking LM318 318. Yeah, shit was fucking.
Is that are you talking about DIY parts, or are you talking about the fixtures?
I got the DIY itself, but it's an aspect of 288 quantum board. It's like 120 or 135 watts or something equivalent. It's a 120 watt V-mill driver. It does like a 2x2. I don't got a small tent, so I figured, I'll grab one of those. I grabbed the Diablo. That's a badass light. That's a strong light. It's like the same as a double-ended 1,000 watt. Fucking, and it's definitely, I would say that it's hard to use in a tent if you don't have a fucking dimmable driver for that light. It's a very, very bright light. So the 648. Yeah, there's a bunch of different lights that they have that are very, very good.
Yeah. GML was talking about making the switch to LED when I bought my, he was talking about going to HLG, and I bought a Spectrum King, and I could have bought 2 HLGs for what I paid for the fucking Spectrum right? So
I went with fucking Viper Spectra and shit like that. Which, you know what I mean, dude? For what it's worth, like at least I got the
it gets your
somewhat
foot in the door.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
what
You
I'm
know,
for, right? I can successfully grow a plant, but understand that at the end of the day, you're not really, you know, you
right?
pulled it off, yeah, but you're not really getting out of it what you can get out of it.
I can definitely see what the difference is now. Like this is the X3 the chilled X3
Yeah.
500 watt, and it's running at 478 right now. And these plants are on fucking day 23 today, dude. Man,
Yeah.
my strain's fucking plumped. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
It's way ahead of what it usually is on.
Exactly.
On,
It looks like day 35 under the
yeah,
Viper Spectra rear side row thing, right?
yeah, dude,
The
it's
old
crazy.
school blurples.
Yeah, I've been
levels to the tech.
True. I've been getting progressively better lights as I go. You know what I mean? Building them, you know, getting better components, this and that, fucking, and just finally being able to actually say like, cool, I had money to spend on a good light. It was on sale and shit. Bought the DIY version. I put it together and fuck, man, it's so cool and like so fucking bright. Like the power it puts out compared to like whatever. It's like wow, that's like my top foot over here is at fucking probably like 1800 and something power. It's like shit, you know, it doesn't need that much, you know, but the rest of the canopy is probably about 1100. It's like wow, very fucking efficient light. HLD is the same thing though. These are 301Hs, so same spectrum and shit. Good driver, just different company.
Yeah, I got my grower choice before the Diablo was out, but they're pretty comparable and like U-mole output. I think the Diablo is a little more efficient, so I think it's up around that 2.9, but the one I got is like 2.6 for the efficiency. So it's like, I don't know, man. I think they all are real similar because the technology, if you get the high end, they're all going to probably be right in a similar range at this point. Because it's only so advanced. Nobody's really like leaps and bounds ahead in any particular way or form.
No, it's always like this company gets ahead, you know, and actually, you know, sets a standard or whatever else, and then the next company, just like anything else, you know, they're all trying to achieve that ultimate fucking goal of like what the sun pretty much puts out, you know, for all this other shit, you know, which whatever, man. You guys keep doing what you're doing because it's working for me. I like my yields getting bigger. That's fine. They're perfectly good. Send it over here.
Yeah, I like the fact that they seem to keep the plant a lot healthier, at least in my opinion.
Very much so. I
think there's
agree.
something really harsh about the HPS light spectrum on them. It just seems to really fuck with them.
That's the same problem I had with the SK600 is it's such a small area where all your light's beaming out of. You get that real bad hot spot. And it was like you were saying about it's hard to do it in a tent. Like, yeah, that Spectrum King's not made for a 4x4 tent, that's for sure.
But I had the same problem with the optics and shit like that. Like, you know, I had shorter tents and I'm like, I can only get the plants like a couple fucking feet before it's like really too much for the plant to bleaching shit out. And, you know, yeah, it gets into the canopy, but like the plants only get fucking 2 feet taller, you know, 5'10", and someone's like, well, I don't want that. I want something that can run almost 6 inches away. And like this one right here is not getting bleached out yet or anything like that. And it's only probably 10 inches away. And that's okay with me. That's fine. I like my other plants 2 feet almost, or 18 inches. So, and man, it's growing like crazy. So it's doing what it has to do. But, you know, I want to be able to have that spectrum, that intensity, but yet still have the ability not to have it so focused on one area. You know, this is over a spread area of like 42 inches by like 18 inches. So it fits like a 3x5. So it really does. I will test that. It's fucking bright. I don't even like looking back at it without having glasses on. It gives me a headache. Definitely a difference.
Boom.
Yeah.
You get to draw. You get to pick the draw. Which one's going down next? Which one's going down next? Boom. Weed nerd, you're an old school weed nerd. I respect your opinion here. Which one of these bitches should I drop next? Pass out.
Do the
I
Marita first.
like the way he's like thinking about it. I haven't even gave him a choice yet.
Oh, I know the 4 strains. It's the 4, right? Oh shit! I
No.
said I know the 4. Oh, you got other stuff. Ooh.
Oh, I got all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Someone else pick a
No.
number. Maybe I want to play too.
No. We're dropping these. We're not. We're dropping these.
What? He's
Just
getting
dropping
wet.
these.
They're taking a swim.
I want you to pick which one I'm gonna drop though.
I thought you already said you were doing the pine tar.
Oh yeah, but he's got a lot of cubes in that bag, didn't you see? There's like 50
Oh,
cubes.
you're doing
Oh,
more.
Oh,
I can't wait. I
I
can't
didn't say a
wait.
number.
You know,
I
I just
can't
they
wait.
come in bulk, right? Like he doesn't have to do 50. He could do 1, or he could do 2,
Yeah.
or he could
Just
do
because that was 100 pack, don't mean I intend to pop any seeds soon. No. But like Boom says, it was just economical reasons. That's the only reason I bought the 100 pack.
No, like I said, I got a million lighters in my box. I just do. You know, I don't use them all every day.
Just there in case you need them, you know.
So these are the two that I've got. I'm like, this is my conundrum here. I've got Jack the Ripper and Dairy Queen here.
Ooh.
That's tough, isn't it?
I just had a buddy grow the Dairy Queen, and it was, you know, as advertised, it was a cheesy cherry.
Ooh.
You know, a nice short plant. So if you got like a height restriction, you know, if you got a low tent or something you want to run it in, it's a good one for that. Jack the Ripper, I don't have any experience with Jack the Ripper, but I can tell you about it. It's lemon. You know, you're looking for a lemon, Jack the Ripper. You're looking for a cherry, a cheese.
Now keep in mind that you know, these will be passed. I'm not looking to be BX any of these strains. So all the TGA, the dank strains that I have, you know, the 57 or so of them, I plan to go back through, find a nice pheno, and then clone the fuck out of it and pass them out to as many people as I can. And if they want to fucking do some BXing, you know, or start some crosses with that shit or whatever, so be it. But so that's what's gonna go. So JTR is the backbone of most strains.
Yeah.
So that would
Jack the Ripper, Space Queen. It's one way or the other on most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
Yeah.
I'm
Jack the Ripper's a Haze. I like a Haze.
I'm dropping whichever one you pick here.
Go with the JTR. Go with the JTR. Jack the Ripper
JTR.
for sure. Oh, Smiley wanted the Dairy Queen.
Somebody did. I was just saying for them.
Someone wanted the JTR too. I saw chat.
I don't know either way. I just was saying it. Somebody wanted the other one.
Oh
we'll
yeah.
Either way, we'll get there. You know what I'm saying? We'll get
twice
there.
That it's better. Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, I mean, there it is right there. JTR is nasty. Some phenos will blast you away, saying he's got power. You know, I kind of like that. Get it started with a boom, eh?
There you go.
With that Dairy Queen, I think it seems like a lot of people have been talking about cheese lately. That'd be like right on the note for this, what's coming up as far as flavor. That's all I was thinking.
Yeah, it was tasty too. You know, I can tell you.
Dropped it. You already picked, so they went in the drink.
Right? Shit, I didn't final answer anything. We can do whatever we want.
Better hurry. They're almost. The pack has been open.
Oh, there you go. Now drop the JTR.
Still time to staple it shut though. Still time to staple her back shut. Where the fuck is this pack? Nothing worse than a random seed that you don't fucking, you forgot to label back. Looking for that baggie for that one pine tar kush seed right there. JTR it is. JTR.
Sub
That
always has
banana
fire
jack
strains.
OG, I heard. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Sub,
brother.
Sub always has fire strains, bro. Good fucking strains. Grown a couple of them so far. Good shit.
Ooh, they're dark. They're nice, pretty dark beans too. I'm fucking. This is funny. I wish I could fucking take this camera out. I'm literally surrounded by beans right now. There's fucking giveaway beans right here. I've got a pile of beans that just popped up by Birdie today. I got some extra, those are spoken for. These are still on the hook over here for giveaways. I got the ones that just arrived today, and I'm pulling out of the vault behind me for. I'm literally surrounded by seeds right now. Kind of a good feeling.
That's
Yeah.
awesome, man. Especially
Not-
when people start posting pictures of them and stuff too as they're growing or whatever. I think they
And right on. They sat through that shit the other night when I was kind of hanging by myself, and I'm like, I'm gonna fucking check out. They're like, let's go through the vault, let's play a little show and tell and shit. And fucking 40 people sat here for a fucking hour and 45 minutes, I think, while I fucking sat here and fucking just held up, pack after pack of seeds. This is such and such. And fucking, I was like, man, I can't believe they're still fucking hanging out. This is fucking crazy. I can't believe it took fucking 2 hours to go through that cake. I guess something to be said there, huh?
Right.
Yeah, man. I do gotta bust out and get to bed though. I gotta get up a little earlier. So,
I'm actually gonna follow you myself, bro.
yeah, I appreciate you having me on, man. It's always fun chat. Brewer Steve, that was awesome. He watches the rest. I don't know. It was cool though.
All right.
Great dude.
I'm not gonna act like you just killed the party or nothing. You guys go. It's all right. No worries. No worries. I appreciated you hanging out, but that's cool. All right. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Smiling.
All right, man.
Bro, Koshi or Koski. Did I say it right that time? Koski. I think I have it this time. I
There you
think
go. Yeah,
I think I got it.
you got it, bro.
Thank you, my friend, for hanging out.
Yeah.
I think I
Let's hang out
got it
again.
now. I think I'm done fucking it up.
All good. All right, guys. Cheers.
Give
Much
yourself
love,
a shout out, man. Where everybody can find you, man. You can't leave with that. You left yesterday without giving yourself a shout out, man. By the way,
I did. No, my
So-
bad. All right. Grow Koski on YouTube. Grow_Koski on Instagram. Hit me up. Ask me questions. DM me. Absolutely, guys. Much love. Boom.
Have a
Later,
good
buddy.
night, brother.
Eagle. Cheers.
Night, Mr. Boom, how you doing, man?
Good, I'm hanging in. I got nowhere to be.
Cool. I appreciate it. Fuck, we ain't dead but a fucking few minutes away from it anyway. Fuck.
Oh yeah, 20 more minutes. We can make that easy.
I fucking
I always fuck
what you
this
got
up.
there?
Plug in the icon for the account. There you go, everybody. That's what you look for. You must all be following Smiley's Gardens by now.
I do put the links in the description. I've been lazy a couple of shows, but I've been trying to keep up with all that.
Right on, right on.
I can't remember who it was. Oh, it was somebody in chat and one of the comments of the show. I want to say it's the 420 girl, the glass 420 girl. She left a comment one of the shows and she was like, could you please leave links? you know, to the guests shit. I'm like, yes, and I can't believe I'm that rude that I fucking haven't done that yet. I kind of thought it was a harder process. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh shit, this is fucking easy. I should have been doing this from fucking day one. Now, I've got certain people like you, boom, you're locked on my clipboard. You were actually so frequent there. I just kept you locked on the fucking clipboard. I was like, fuck it. He's a regular. Hopefully, I see
terrible
him
at
quite a bit.
Instagram. I have no idea how to use the clipboard and all that stuff. I can make repost work about half of the time for me. I'm not a good Instagrammer. All I can do is take the pictures and post them.
I would never was hip to that shit either. And I don't use them like he did, but Sub was the one that got me hip to the fucking the clipboards. He's like, I heard him talking about that shit one night on one of his shows about his hashtags. He's like, I never use the same hashtags. I got a couple clipboards and, you know, different ones set up for different kind of posts. And I just bang, bang. I'm like, God damn, what a time saver that is, man. Other than going hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Just put them all, that whole group on a clipboard. And then, you know, you do your picture, clipboard, boom, done. It could be 10 different tags you can do in one fuck. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. It's subliminal. That one was subliminal.
I know. Sometimes I forget to call it out. I try to hit them. But sometimes you're gonna fuck up a conversation real bad too, and you don't want to jump in there. All right, what am I looking at here? Don't mind me, people. I'm just gonna learn how to use Instagram real quick. Yeah, it didn't work. I hit 2 buttons and was like, that's the end of that. I'm out.
Well, anything, like if you long press on anything, basically, that's how it works. And you can, like, any link that you copy from like YouTube, any link you copy goes to your clipboard. Anything that you hold down and paste, you copy, it goes to the clipboard.
And this is on iPhone too, right? This isn't some Android.
This goes with anything.
Okay.
This goes.
I figured we make sure first because.
No, that clipboard's universal, so it's pretty much on your keyboard at all times. It's from any, you know, platform, whatever, same clipboard. So anytime you want to use the clipboard, like say whatever you want to type on and use the clipboard, you long press. And then it'll pop up, you know, paste or clipboard. Click the clipboard, and then whatever you have saved right there, you can lock things on, or it's like after so many, it'll start erasing them by time. You know what I mean? If you don't lock them. But then your common phrases or whatever, you can keep on that clipboard and just be like bang, 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 or links.
Right.
If you have a common link for yourself, that's a good place to keep it. And keep that one locked so it doesn't get erased when you need it. Pretty cool way. My VPN. I can't tell you how to set one up, but I had one set up after my internet problems, and it did definitely slow down my internet problems, but not 100%. I highly suggest it. Fuck anymore, them smart TVs are fucking almost instant access to fucking hackers. I don't know if you guys know that shit. All these internet things, man, the fucking all these little things that we buy and fucking they connect one time, one update from the factory, they send that shit out. You know, all these little toys and shit hook up to Wi-Fi. That shit never gets updated. That security never gets updated. So like all these TVs that we buy and shit, them are the first portholes, or you know, the fucking hackers look for right there. That IP address. Oh, that's a TV. Lack of security right there. You know, I think that's how they were getting in on me, is through the TVs.
Oh, glad my TV is like 12 years old. I don't have to worry about that. If they want to come in through the TV, go for it. Good luck.
Better climb through that screen, huh? It's the only way you're getting in is climb through that glass screen, and good luck with that fucking time travel, man.
Yeah.
I'm a goofy fucker sometimes, I'd say. All right, need some more cues. Here we go.
Later,
Jack the
DLP
Ripper in the hole.
2372. Have a good night.
See how?
I don't know. Maybe. I think so.
I always take like a screw like this and just fucking through the center of that fucker real quick for my seed. You gotta try to fucking force it down in there.
So it's the JTR.
GTR.
Right on.
That way when you're watching it grow, you can be like, I picked that one out. Right,
I
Jeff?
picked it. That one's mine.
When I'm passing out them clones, when they all say, man, that's the one I wanted, I'll be like, man, you think Boom Farms for that shit. You picked it.
Yeah.
So too many good things coming. Little Birdie should be dropping Jack's Cross over here soon. Looking forward to that. So I got that pine and the pine tar, and the Kineos lights going, and then the Domination over here. That's not a heavy pine though. It's like a pine lemon. Real enjoyable, but I'm looking for that like pine.
Fine, eh?
Yeah. What's your turn?
I don't know. I like fruity stuff. I'm definitely into like, cherry, lemon. I'm starting to realize I don't think I'm super into orange. I like the citrusy thing, but I'm not getting the orange terps I'm looking for. I'm getting the burnt rubber orange peel terp mostly, right?
I know what you're talking
That's hard
about.
to get away from, right? If I found something that wasn't in that realm, I'm sure I'd love it, but I'm kind of over that one. I don't hate
Found that.
It's not my go-to.
The orange for me is, I like the flavor of it, and I like the social aspect of it because I can, I function. I can get, high and laughy with the orange, but that shit ain't fucking putting my dick in the dirt. I've never had an orange that just was like, you know what I mean? And sometimes that's what I'm looking for right there. So
Yeah.
that's where the fuel takes me anyway. I thought that, that worked like a lot of people. That's the way it worked. But Jack, I offered to give some OG to Jack to see if he could help me like do pheno, hunt some out. He's like, yeah, I'd love to. That's, that one doesn't work for me for sleep. He said it's quite the opposite. It keeps me up. I'm like, oh, so you're probably not my guy to help me crack these beads then, huh?
I've heard that with OG. I've never grown OG, but I know some people like to pull it at like 7 weeks. So you're going to get one effect there. And some people like to run it like, 11, 12 weeks. So maybe you run it longer, it give you more of that sleepy effect. But,
Oh, the one I'm talking about, the pheno that I had, or the strain where these seeds are from, I had to quit growing it, Boom. I was monocropping that shit at the time. And every harvest season, it seemed like there was this like fucking 3 months where I was fucking just crippled, comatose, man. There was work And then there was just fucking couch lock because that's all I had to smoke. It got to the point, man, by the time that last nug was gone, I was like, oh man, I can finally get some shit done, man. I gotta grow some fucking sativas. And I kind of weeded it out thinking, you know, whatever, I'll come back. But I never found nothing like that since. I'm glad I got seeds of it, but you know, I've never found that same fire in an OG that had.
Yeah, the my first experience with OG anything was from a D420K. I got some 3-star hash is what it was listed at, and it was probably 3-star in terms of melt. You know, it would you put it in the bowl and it would kind of move together, but it wasn't like running all over the place or anything. It was changing shape. That's 3 stars, but it tasted like, you know, he stuck his finger in the gas can and put a drip in it. And I was like, it was so crazy potent. And I'd never experienced anything like that at the time that I was like, I was half torn, like, okay, is this for real? Or is this like some fucking dirty shit that this guy's doing, right? But like, you know, you come first time you come across such a high quality and you're like, okay, this has to be fake. There's no fucking way this tastes like this on its own. But yeah, it was impressive shit.
That's some dirty shit this guy's got going. He said.
Well, yeah. I had an uncle that passed me a bottle of peach schnapps once, and he said, just put your finger in it and taste it. So I did, and it was moonshine, right? But I thought it was fucking turpentine because I thought it was peach schnapps, and then it was moonshine, right? So it's like, Jesus Christ, that's not peach schnapps. So it like takes you to that next level. It's like, what's going on here? This can't be real.
Yeah, that's two very different buzzes right there. Very different.
Yeah.
Just marking some seeds here.
I've got a Tropicana Cookies to Animal Cookies by Ripper Seeds in the tent right now. Pretty interested in that one. It's got the neatest looking leaf in the whole room. It's just, you know, real indica, real small looking, but real cool leaves.
Nice. Fucking glad. I almost forgot to. I was wondering that today. I was like, God damn it, did I drop that entry in the book about the primal, primal testers? It's like, oh shit, did I drop them in the book? Fucking the drop date and shit. I did. Good tester. I did take my notes. So I was getting ready to mark down these ones. I thought about that. For some reason today, I was panicking. I was like, oh shit. Looking at him, did you drop the fucking date on them? No, motherfucker. I remember. But I did not write down the other ones though. Taking some notes here. I'm trying to remember. I actually germ rate on the Kineos lights. Might as well just say it. That was trying to think of it in percentage terms. 70% germ rate on Kineos lights. I don't know if that was you know, I talked to my guy at the mail thing too. And I hope everybody got there. I sent out a bunch of shit Friday. They should be getting their winnings either today or tomorrow, I'm assuming. But I'm talking to my post guy about like holdups and shit. And he's like, basically, they're going on the honor system right now. Fucking, yeah, basically, he's like, fucking, if you feel sick, you can call in, no questions asked. You know, no harm, no foul. I'm like, so every fucking sunny day, you guys are fucking short, huh? He's like, yeah, basically. And then the way shit gets is being shipped out is just like I thought it was being shipped out. It has to build up a fucking package rate to go if it's going that way. They got 1 or 2 packages. They're not even fucking wasting their time coming to pick that shit up until you've got enough packages going that way. And then he said that a lot of the distributing centers are like, they're like operating in random. Like, say Sector 5 will be up and running for a week or 2.
This area is clean. We're going to work in this area. And then we'll go clean that area and work in that area for a while. Yeah, I'm waiting on permaclone collars that are not even shipped out yet because, you know, I ordered them like a month and a half ago, and the guy's like, they're at the post office still. Like, sorry. It's like, yeah, I understand. It's not your fault. What are you gonna do?
Right. And nothing you can do, really.
Well, just wait. Like I said, I had to go to Plan B, but they're looking real good. You know, I'm at like day 7, 8, maybe. Today, Monday, 6 or 7 in the dome. So everybody's still standing up. Everybody's still green. That's a good sign. You know, nobody's tipped over or anything.
Taking notes for like 8 different strains right now. Don't think I'm being rude. I'm definitely listening to them.
I know.
Jotting some shit down. Same thing with Chad. Probably like, man, look at that rude motherfucker, man. Not even paying attention and shit. It's fucking whatever. If I don't do it now, then I'll forget. Man, this orange boss looks pretty fucking good. Boom.
The orange boss?
Yep. I've already popped some, so I'll keep one back for you. Just saying. This was bred by the North Star there, and it's just the Cali-O times Warden OG.
Oh, yeah.
I've had that Cali-O. I have a pack of the BX, and then I've ran Slice of Sunshine, which had the Cali-O.
It was the one that I heard you talking about, yeah. That's got
that thing was,
of it, eh?
Yep. That thing was super orange, and it wasn't the burnt orange. It was the orange.
Yeah.
It wasn't because of fucking just mismanagement of clones that she slipped through. You know what I mean? I actually have some seeds, and I actually gave fucking pack to old Canna Queen when she was here in Detroit. So she was like, "Oh, I want some orange," so I gave her that, and she's still gonna. I think she's gonna cross with it, to be honest with you, because that shit was pretty fucking very delicious. So if I find something that works in your lineup here of this orange boss, I'll find a way. We'll try to find. You need to get your ass over here in one of these fucking trips, man. Save up and come to one of these cups, man.
Maybe. I would like.
I think it would be easier to get you here than it would be to get us all over on Canada soil or Canadian soil.
Yeah, that might be tough.
I don't know. It's been a while. Since I've been to Canada. It used to be pretty easy, but
yeah, it's not
anymore.
These days. I ain't fucking around anymore. You know, delete your Instagram and Facebook and Twitter before you come, and you know,
really?
Oh yeah, you know, they open up your Twitter and see 1 million pot plants, or that in your phone. You might not be coming to Canada. I mean, I wouldn't try to come into the States like that. No thanks. Not for me.
I never thought of that, but
yeah, I'm a little paranoid. Maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, I never thought about that, but it could be. To technology today, man. Fucking things are pretty easily traceable. Unfortunately, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Today's what, the 9th actually after 12 now. So 16. 6/2 the official date on them.
Yeah,
And
British
then,
Columbia is pretty nice there, Anthros and Amelia. Yep. I've got a wedding cake crossed to sour tangy going right now, and it's super, super gassy and veg. Like it's one of the standouts as far as smell early on.
man, I'm stoked about this pine tar. I've heard good things about it as far as
that's been coming up. I've been seeing that, that's been people's go-to.
I want to get my hands on that Friesland too. That has been suggested several times, but man, that sounds like a fucking winner.
I'm excited to get a look at the Slimer to the Fruity Pebbles. I think that's the one in the garden that I want to see most right now.
Are you crossing that over?
No, that was done by Sacred Cut Seed Co. up here in Winnipeg, I believe they're from. But yeah, Great White Bud did that one. I got testers of them, so figured I'd pop them, take a look at them. But yeah,
I love the testers myself.
Yeah, no, the whole run, everything I've ran from them's been great, right? And there's been some shit that I paid for that wasn't so great, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna at least run one of them. You know what I mean? I've definitely paid for some shit I was stoked on, and okay.
It's funny you say that because I've had that happen a lot of times myself. The freebie was better than, and there's been times too where I've ordered a strain and then got a freebie, and the freebie, was more like
more appealing.
Yeah, I put the one I ordered aside and fucking popped the freebie and shit. That's happened a couple of times. My Agent Orange that I had was fucking. I had the one I had a burnt orange flavor to the Agent Orange that I had. It was good, but it wasn't the orange I was looking for. But it was good. It was the burnt orange. So
no, I definitely I'm a fan of the sweeter strains. I definitely am. I say I don't hate gas, but I like my fruit up front and the gas in the back, right?
Right on. And that's a hard mix to come by right there. That individual cross or flavor profile.
Yeah, it's out there. It's not in every pack, but there's a couple out there. I had the Cherry Gasm. I really like the Cherry Gasm. The Grape Inferno, I ran that one. That was a North Star one, and that was all right too. But it wasn't, it wasn't a fruity grape. It was kind of like a floral grape, more like a winey grape than a fruity grape. Freebies come with strings. Strings to who? That's the question. Yeah. Sometimes the freebies are just the the test plant. Like when you're making seeds, there's usually one male and 5 or 6 other females in there, right? Like Breeder Steve was saying tonight, he's got the second generation going again to make more second generation seeds while he's doing the back cross at the same time to the third generation, while you got a sweet tooth and a blockhead and a shishka berry all in there at the same time getting seeded just for the hell of it, right? Sometimes they're just for the hell of it seeds, right? But sometimes those are the best ones. Everybody's gotten those freebies that they're like, ooh, I'm popping those. I made sure this time I popped one freebie and one of what I paid for. And then the plan was I'll go back and look and go, okay, I like the one I paid for better. I'll pop a couple more of those and look at that some more. But then as soon as the one of the beans failed, I went right to that freebie. I was like, I'm popping another one of these. Fill that spot.
I don't mind when the freebies are thumbs either. So you can cheat a little bit on that hunt to see what it's kind of looking like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you have to do the hunt, you can just fucking knock down a couple of females right quick.
Yeah. No, it's nice to be able to make a decision like, oh, 3 males and be able to fill 3 spots and not have 3 spots way, way behind.
Definitely agree there.
Have a backup.
I forget I can check. Can you hear yourself real bad when you talk, Boom?
What do you mean, like a big echo? I don't hear myself at all when I talk.
Okay, cool. Because my headphones went, you know what I mean? You see me pull them out, and then it converted over to the TV speaker, and it was fucking blasted. And I thought for sure you could hear it.
No,
you know what
I got
I mean?
nothing. No.
Nice.
Nope,
That's good to know. Good to know. Oh, you did get your pack. Cool. You can find out. I can hit up Joel. Joel's only a DM away.
Give me a second. I can probably guess this. What's Violet? No, I can't. Violet. What's he got?
I'm not even lying. I don't know. But I can find out for you, Intero. Ellie.
Night, Peter Griffin. Come on, you got 12 minutes left till 4:20 in Michigan. You can make 12 more minutes.
Yeah, I toughed it out last night. Come on. Come on. Guys, jeez. I guess I don't want to put that up too far.
I got a blueberry going in the veg tent right now, too. It's in the front runners for that one. Smells impressive already. It's not super sweet again. It's kind of, smells like the fruit. Not like a candy version of the fruit or anything, but that's not terrible.
Morning, Big Jack Rose. Morning. How are you doing? Fucking, oh, there it is. Misplaced my fatty. God, I had to put it down for a minute, man. I was right into that wax, fucking hash, fucking weed mix, man. And it's starting to tear me up. I had to put it down.
Yeah. Oh, man, I was blasted watching the Breeder Steve show. I had that giant joint. I had a 2-grammer rolled up, and I was like, oh, I got to go lay on the couch. So I had to switch over to the cell phone, go lay down for a minute, and get back up. Put me down for sure. Put me out.
Man, I'm so glad that went fucking halfway decent, man. I guess I'm still, 77, brother, into this, and I'm still getting fucking nervous, and before some of these fucking things. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's hard to get somebody like Steve on that's just obvious, just a ton of wealth of fucking knowledge and shit. Not,
grown more plants than any of us combined, right? Like growing blocks and blocks of them down in Costa Rica. Like, holy fuck.
That'd be pretty amazing.
Like Smiley was saying, I get a little excited just knowing a place like that exists.
It would be nice to see, that's for sure.
Yeah. I go on that tour, I'm looking for ribbons now. Like, there's a ribbon over there. I got to go smell this plant. This one might be crazy.
for some reason, I don't know if it was just the Wonka comparison or what, but I can actually see a bunch of fucking, heavy growers just running in and rubbing like plants on their faces. Oh god, it smells so good, just like they do in the movie where they run off into the rooms and shit. Oh, this one really tastes good and shit. I can see people fucking just doing that and shit.
I really like that paper tip he gave. That was some, simple genius stuff, right? Fucking tape the paper, touch the bud with the paper, and now you can smell the paper, and you get the transfer, you get a clean, fresh one every time, right? That's a good fucking idea. So I usually go in between my fingers, right? I'll do a stem rub and then one here, but I'm kind of smelling this here already, right? So you can only get so many combinations before you're completely contaminated.
That was a master tip, though. I mean, for real, though.
Yeah,
I never even thought about that shit.
Never would have thought of that. That was brilliant. And so simple, right? That's my favorite thing. Like, oh, I got a way to do something, but it costs $10,000 in startup money, and you need a chemistry degree in a fireproof room. And it's like, okay, well, I can't do that shit. What do you got for me? Paper on your fingers. I can do paper on my fingers. Fuck yeah.
Oh man, I can't believe you right, man. It took very little effort to burn through that fucking 40 minutes there.
Oh yeah, we can always talk. Oh, so I bought a freezer today. Excited about that. Yeah. So now I got more room, so I can procrastinate even longer before I make more hash. And the other thing, have you seen cloning right on the plant? Like you don't even take a cut? I saw a thing.
Air clone or
air rooting. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. I just saw that the other day and thought that was the neatest thing. Fuck yeah. Don't even have to
You can actually use that Herbs Now machine for that. On bigger plants, you can set it inside the machine there where you drop that shot through and air prune. That's what it is right there, air pruning. Isn't it? Yeah. Isn't that the term?
I think air pruning is when your roots get to the end of the pot. Air cloning.
Yeah. There's a certain but yeah, and he noted that a long time ago that you could use the machine for that. But basically, all you got to do is pull back the skin on the plant there and get a paper towel with some rooting hormone on it and wrap it around there. Kind of tape it on there for, about a week or so. And it will start to shoot roots. And then at that point, you can fucking just cut it.
Take the cut, and it's already rooted. It's completely healthy because it's been on the plant getting fed just as it was getting fed the whole time anyway, right? There's no diminish. Yeah, it was super neat. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Grafting's the other thing. Yeah, Bill said grafting's really cool. I've seen guys with like 11 strains on a plant on Instagram. It's like, man, that's
sell them tools on Instagram. Ain't they fucking
cool?
Yeah.
Got the cutout, you flip it over and take it. Yeah. There's a couple gimmicks.
I'm a tool guy.
Ooh, I could have.
I'm a fucking tool guy, so that appeals to me right there. Yeah. Just to have in a drawer and to say I got one. I'm that type of guy right there. Just to buy an oddball, them like niche tools, if you will. You know what I mean? I'm that guy that's got this certain tool right here you only use for this one fucking thing. Yeah. So that grafting tool. I was like, I think I'd like to play with that. And like you say, that would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, 1 tent, 1 light, 1 plant, 20 strains. What? Your math doesn't work out, sir. No, watch.
That would be it'd be neat to do something like that for like a Christmas run. You know what I mean? You hadn't Just bust her out right, keep it right at Christmas, right before Christmas, couple shots of it, and then everybody smoked the multi-strain fucking plant and shit for the holidays.
It's always fun to try to do something different. I had a 3-foot tall plant going in a solo cup, just a 16-ounce solo cup. It was pretty fun until it started drying out too fast, and every morning I'd go in the room and it'd just be tipped over on its side. And that's like, well, this plant's been on the floor 3 times now. I'm kind of done with it. So it was fun while it was growing, though. If I had to trellised it up or something, tacked it to the wall by taking it all the way to harvest. But it was fun, just something different to play with.
It had to be a fucking constant water plant right there, huh?
Yeah, you go in the room 2 or 3 times and you water it super, super heavy, obviously, 30% runoff and let it drink out of the tray. Dry itself out. Get a little sub feed going. But yeah, it wouldn't make it through the night. That's for sure. You'd go in the morning and it would be completely dry, too heavy to stand up.
John Boy's a tool hoarder, dude. That's funny.
Shout out to Purple Thumb OG in the chat too.
Good morning, brother.
Good morning.
Probably heading off, getting ready to head off to work. He sounded like he had a pretty fun job, as far as shit goes. To wake up and have to get 40, 60 feet in the air, that's after a fatty.
At the risk of starting a new hashtag, you thought boom balls was bad. I got to show you my ass now. Look at this. Oh.
Damn it, we're getting flagged again.
You see that? Yeah.
How the fuck did you do that?
That'll be a trip for partial nudity. Purple thumb. I got purple hip over here.
That fucking looks like...
That was pretty nasty. It wasn't so bad. I broke the fall pretty well, actually, but, kind of everything landed at the same time. But yeah, the hip's pretty bad. The hip took the worst of it.
That could be that's a bad fucking area to fuck up right there, man.
Oh yeah.
Good thing, but it still looked like you took a hell of a shot. It's a good thing you did catch most of the brown.
Yeah. It was one of them things where my hands landed in front of me, my foot landed on the floor, and my hip landed on the chain that I slipped off of all at the same time. So I just kind of, if I had to miss something with my hands, that would have sucked, because then it would have just been my balls in the fucking... my hip wouldn't have got anything. Yeah.
Oh shit, I gotta get my torch ready, man. It's fucking...
The first time in 14 years, though, that I've had something like that happen.
Well, that's a good run.
Yeah, good run.
Good time for my torch to be about dead.
It looks a lot worse than it is, too, honestly. Just a good bruise. I fell down the stairs last winter, and my stairs are like solid as fuck. Like the centerpiece is 2 2x10 sandwiched together. So like I fell right down the center and bang, 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 hit my tailbone off all 7 steps. So my back's been pretty tight ever since.
So boom, I'm glad you fucking joined me tonight, because I was just thinking about this.
Yeah, I was glad to get in.
420, everybody. Fucking, just want to say, not trying to put a guilt trip on anybody else, but Boom was the only one that I seen that reposted or posted about Breeder Steve being on tonight. That was pretty cool. Just saying. Thank you, Boom.
Yeah, no problem. So when the GML, like tomorrow, the GML show is going to be posted already. How do they do that? Right? Like they have it scheduled way, way ahead that it's already up there. Like, is that something you can do? Is that like a pain in the ass for you to do, or?
I think I just haven't really figured it out how to do. I haven't figured out how to match A and B up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know how to correlate because every night this is what happens. Why I haven't figured out. Those are cards you can create through YouTube to advertise certain ones. But when I go live here every night, I click live on my Zoom, and then it takes me to a YouTube page to where I've got to make out the title. So I don't know how I can make that link, the link when that night when, you know what I mean? So that night when I go live, that I hit that link that I've been advertising for, you know, that's the one that the notification goes through. I
Right.
don't know how to do that yet. But like say if I upload a video, then at that point it says publish now or set for a premiere. At that point, now I know how to do it like that if I upload, but I don't know how to do it and then go live.
I see. Yeah,
I
I
haven't
know
figured that
so
part
little
out.
about YouTube. I know how to watch the videos on it. I'm not active on YouTube at all.
It can be a little difficult sometimes, man. But I'm
Yeah,
trying.
I can imagine. You saw me try to figure out the clipboard on Instagram. It's like, how,
You know,
I'll, I tell you what
by
I'll do is I'll YouTube the step-by-step video tomorrow, and then I'll be able to do it.
I'm just saying, I haven't advertised this, and I'm not necessarily advertising it. I'm just figuring that it's late enough in the show, and not everybody watches this deep in, but the fucking hardcores. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
I
So
don't even know how many people we have. Oh, geez. That hit me.
60 still? Is that right?
Now, I've only got it showing 25 likes. Is that what you have showing?
25, yeah, 26 likes is all I see, but I see 60 people in chat. Is that what you're saying?
That's not exactly
No,
what I'm saying, but I am kind of saying that. We could get those thumbs going up. Mr. Thumbs Down's not here anymore. Maybe he's a Mr. Thumbs Up now, eh? Maybe we turned him.
yeah,
Just need a little recognition.
right. It could have
If
been.
you're on YouTube,
So
you
all
gotta write out the whole name to get it to show up for us to see it. We are stoned as fuck. It's 4:20 a.m. in Michigan. We can't read that well anymore. Come on.
So this is what I'm saying, because in case something ever happens to the main account, I have already started backing up all the content. But it's one of those things that if I've got somebody flagging videos, I don't necessarily want to announce it. You know what I mean? That just gives them more room to
Now
fuck
you're
up the
getting
other
flagged
channel.
before there's even videos on the other channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
don't
for
want
the
that.
diehards, the account that I just made a comment on that's flipping through chat, that's the backup account.
Okay.
If you want to subscribe to that, I'm just saying that's the backup right there. So if one night if my channel's ever down or whatever, that's where you'll be able to find me. That's my backup live account right there.
There
And
you
all
go.
the content's
The
getting
original
backed up
group
there
around.
day by day.
Boy, I'm trying
I'm
to do that.
slowly uploading all the content up to that channel. I think there's like 25, 30 videos up there now, but after the show, I upload like 3 or 4 new ones to it every day. Appreciate the likes. They always help out, guys. This says we have 1 thumbs down. Nah, it happens. You know, I almost dedicated the one show to Mr. Thumbs Down. This one's for you. Hope it improves your day. I thought that would be kind of funny. So what do you think, Boom? Is it a good time to call it? Get to work?
Yeah, I suppose. As good a time as any.
4:25. We
Right
at least
on.
made it far enough to have that that puff. You know what I mean? That 420 puff with everybody. I'm super stoked that you were able to join in tonight. I know it's been a minute, man.
Yeah.
Fucking I got that spoiled streak where you were like hanging out like every night for a couple weeks and shit,
Yeah.
and then you like just kind of faded there.
Yeah, got that that COVID time in. That was fun. But yeah, back to work. Really put a damper on my hours, especially when I was on swing shift. A little more consistent now. I can get in at least for a little bit before I have to go take a nap. But yeah, had the night off tonight, so got to hang it all night. Got to give me your guest list in advance so I know which other nights I need to book off. Make sure I can hang it.
Well,
All right, everybody. Boom Farms on Instagram, boom_farms. You find me there. You'll find me here every so often talking shit with Eagle. Have a good one, Eagle. Night.
You have a good one too, brother. I hope to talk to you soon. Thank you, Boom Farms, for joining in. Smiley's Gardens, Grow Koshi. God damn it. Koshi. God, I still fucking end up. Jesus Christ. Grow. Oh, God. Koski. All right. Koski. Damn it. Grokoski, who else was here tonight? Oh, can't forget the American one. I almost forgot the American one. And most important, and I can't say that because they're all important, but thank you, Breeder Steve, for delivering an amazing episode, hanging out with us. It was super cool of you. If you rewatch this, I appreciate that. Watch the love and chat, Mr. Thumbs Down. That's funny. All right, let's get these shout outs knocked out real quick and get the fuck out of here. Rosicrucian Prophet, TW, Aldridge 20 up, 25. I can't believe I almost messed that up. T1, Miss D's Nugs. Light it up again, Tim. Damn it, I got a package right here. I just need your damn address. Yours is the only one that didn't get sent out. Light it up again, Tim. I will make the effort to get that shit to you. Just need the fucking address, and I will try to get that shit to you. Chiba Man. This one I always struggle. Hopefully I get you right. The 9G007 guy. Hopefully I said that right. Purple Thumb OG. Big Jar Grows. Where did I leave off here in the scroll? Entero Sensimilia. E. Thank you very much. Chris Mertz. Thank you very much for hanging out night after night. DOA Grown Meds. Thank you so much. Backwoods All Good. Bill Sid. See how far back I can go. Who else? B2 Crazy for You. John Boy. Myself, Eagle Gardens 1. JD's. Who else is still lurking here in chat? You guys, the badasses that make it all the way through, you guys are pretty fucking awesome in my book. Trey Valone, Bill Sid, if I haven't shouted you out yet. Who else we got in chat? Oh, Dio81, hopefully I said that correctly. Who else we got here? We had the Major General 420 Army tonight. That was pretty awesome. Peter Griffin. Thank you for joining us tonight. I believe that's a new name. So thank you, 420, hanging out. All great people, night after night, hanging out in this fucking cool chat. Mountain Skies. Thank you for hanging out. Slur, how? I probably fucked that up night after night. Thank you, Boom Farms. Always love catching up with you, good sir. Who else we got here in chat? How far can I go back? I can actually wing back tonight a little ways. Pretty cool. DLP 2372. I was thinking, man, I'd need to take notes of this shit so I fucking don't have to scroll so far. Chiba Man, I don't know if I said your name, but there's your shout out, and that's as far back as I can go. Let me zip back down to the bottom here, and hopefully there's a couple names I have missed. Till I can get down there. Computer's acting a little slow. There it goes. Wrong way, wrong way. Here we go. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. You guys, of course, check out the show tomorrow night. Loki Grows will be here. And fucking great week, I guess, real quick before I get this out. I can run down the week real quick for you guys. Let me scroll down here so I can check out chat while I'm doing multitasking. I'll make sure I gave everybody their shout out. Ginger Snaps, I didn't give you a fucking shout out. Or Ganja Snaps. I don't know why I say Ginger Snaps. Ganja Snaps. Good morning. I don't know if you're just joining us. Good morning, good night. Thank you so much for popping in. You should go back and check out the show if you're just popping in. It was a fucking amazing episode tonight, man. Great episode. Tomorrow's Loki Grows. Wednesday is Dung Beetle will be here. Another weed nerd. You guys know him if you're a weed nerd. Thursday will be John Indra, the Pure Extractor on Instagram. He is the founding father of the BHO patent and process. He will be here Thursday. Mystic Marks will be here on Friday. Husky Gardens will be here on fucking Saturday night. And Herbs Now will be here fucking on Sunday, telling us about all their updates on their machine and all the current lab testing. He says he's got great results, proving exactly what he said all along. So check out that weekend ahead. And if you're gonna let me do a shameless plug there, if you're actually interested in the Herbs Now, I very rarely talk about this, though I do, push the machine a little bit, but I very rarely mention that I am a rep for the company. And if you are interested in the in the Herbs Now, please use my link there. My Herbs Now /promo Eagle Gardens. I believe that entitles you to free shipping and a copy of the Grow Boss book. That's whatever. That's whatever. But it might give you a deeper discount. I don't know if they've updated the website or not, but just throwing that out there. If you guys are interested, before he comes and plugs, just saying that is available. Oh, of course, Eagle on Tanase's Sacred 3 and Eagle on Black Sale. I'll give you discounts. Not that I plug that off. I should plug it once in a while. I don't, but I could help you guys out like that. Ginger Ganja Snaps, don't retract them messages. Come on, bro. Damn. Okay, you guys have a great night. I hope you guys enjoyed. I sincerely hope you guys enjoyed. We are fucking nailing down some episodes night after night. 77, guys. Kind of impressive in my book. I hope it's 777 for too long. I'm going to keep showing up. If you guys keep showing up, you guys know the routine. Do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do change lives. It is fucking not ganja, is it? It's Gene. Yeah, it's still fucking saying it wrong. Oh, I'm so fucking sorry about that. So is it Gina? Gina Snaps? I'm still saying it wrong. God damn it. Anyways, I'm sorry if I pronounce those names wrong. I'm so sorry. Much love to you as well. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living example. You watch past shows. I'm sure you'll learn in the future. There's many reasons why I say that night after night. It's because it's very true. Very true. You guys have an amazing night if you're just getting ready to fall out. If you're just starting your day, I hope you have an amazing day as well. Either way, go out and be prosperous tomorrow. And I'll see you guys back here tomorrow night at 11:30 with Loki Grows. Have your medication ready. Oh, it don't even have to be medication anymore. Like ginger. I said it right the first time. I was saying it right the first time. Oh, that's funny. Ginger snaps. All right, I was saying it right the first time. God damn it. I thought I was fucking up, but I was saying it right. Thank you for pointing that out. You guys have an amazing night, and like I said, I'll be back here tomorrow at 11:30. You guys have a great night, great day, depending on how you look at it. Light it up again, Tim. Cool. I will fucking get those out to you. Looking forward to that. That makes my day. Enjoy growing. See you tomorrow. Tonight. Peace. Tonight. Love you.